we are rolling.
All right. Session 6, believe it or not. I believe we are picking up on Dellen. It has been 2 days since the disaster, whatever you want to call it. And in this time, you've basically been living in kind of the guest wing of Oliver Green's compound slash estate on Dellen Island. It's basically just been you guys and Oliver there. There's not like a whole lot to do there. He didn't have a whole lot of furnishings. His movement plans were basically interrupted by this international or rather planetary catastrophe. But it's been a couple days. It's March 25th, 3221, and it's finally to the point where the mag trains are rolling again, and you guys have managed to secure some tickets via Oliver. He's decided to pay for your transport back to leave early today, and it's probably been a fairly boring couple days for you guys, which maybe is something you needed. The day and a half, 2 days you were kind of traveling with Oliver were very eventful, and I think you guys really needed the downtime. So, for the most part, you guys were just hanging out at Oliver's. He had a firing range that he made available. It sounded like Marcus made very good use of it, and Oliver gave him some pointers or something. And yeah. So you guys are getting ready to leave. Is there anything you guys would like to do before doing so?
There was some point where maybe during that firing range stuff, or maybe just at some other point while we're there, Marcus is asking Green about maybe a source for better equipment.
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
Like you think he's got a guy that knows a guy that can get some stuff?
Yeah, so Oliver definitely mentions that he can probably find somebody. He's not been here before, but his friend who he's only kind of somewhat named at this point. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, his friend Telrin, who is in his organization with him and is still technically a part of the organization, is based off of Centron, and he most assuredly knows somebody. So he is basically promised to get you a name before you guys leave, and put in a good word for you.
I want to make sure that Akron speaks to him about setting up some sort of a security network on the house he's on. I guess I could buy the parts or help him order the parts and then install them, or that sort of thing I would offer to do. And any other time that I would have available, I would probably be working on coding that AR reflex program I was talking about, integrating it with Sarah to IDD threats.
Yeah. Oliver kind of laughs, like he's used to your views on security, and he gives you access to the houses and the compound security systems. He says that he had them installed before he got here. He obviously doesn't have any staff. He wasn't really planning on hiring a whole bunch of people, but like, yeah, he lets you look over the security systems, and he thanks you for your professional opinions on them. It seems like he's gone a little bit out of his way to secure the compound. Like you know about the walls outside, and supposedly the like the interference web that's kind of secured on top of them, and the emergency bars that kind of go in front of the gate. What's not apparent is that all throughout the kind of poured stone, like it's a synthetic stone wall, there are steel beams like every 4 feet, like really reinforcing the walls. And apparently, also on the estate, he has not one but 2 semi-automated defense guns.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, they're not huge. They're literally just like automated versions of a like a combat rifle, basically, that will pop out if need be. And they don't have like they have good sight lines. They can't cover everything. But they're definitely,
if we ever get shit.
Yeah, they're definitely impressive. There's like one that's over the garage, and then there's one that pops out beneath one of the corners of his house. So not everything's totally defended, but and he's got like the standard kind of security things.
Who needs people? Just put the whole house in lockdown each night.
And of course he has his bunker beneath the house.
Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable. I was thinking I might, like, I don't know, roll security and see if I could spot any holes in it to advise him before we leave.
Yeah, I'll certainly let you do that.
Imagine a delivery truck rolling up to his house. I have a delivery
awful.
a Mr. Green.
Well, the guns aren't visible, notably.
I see nothing.
Yeah.
Roll.
You can't really see any noticeable flaws. Like, it seems like anything that would have been obvious is something that he apparently would have spotted on like his virtual walkthrough of the place when he was buying it. And he's
awesome.
If there's something there, it's something that's not readily apparent. So yeah, before you guys go, Marcus, he comes to you and he gives you the contact information for one Devar Hereng. He's apparently a private businessman in Centron City, and he's kind of gotten in contact with him through his friend, and set up a meeting with him for when you get back to Centron.
Sweet.
So Ray is browsing the local newsnet.
Yeah. There's definitely quite a lot of news going on, but 95% of it is all about the comet disaster. The headlines that you guys see, you get like comet disaster, 24 million estimated dead or missing, 72 million in need. Sector holds its breath. Economic repercussions expected across half a dozen worlds. Like that's probably the main story across the entire sector.
No more Ultra Lobster for 1,000 worlds.
Yeah. You also see a few other headlines, as I guess you guys are probably packing up. Maybe you're even browsing this as you're heading to the station. There was a story about an ambassador who had been found dead last week. This one reads, Ambassador murdered. Kavar Olaxi, ambassador from Lista Hedeno, found dead last week in his hotel suite. Determined to be victim of murder. Manhunt underway. Officials say they are working upon forensic evidence. This seems to be like the second biggest story on the planet, like vastly behind the comet disaster, but like this is billed as a planet where people can kind of go and vacation in safety. and this was a really important person. And initially, his death was ruled some sort of accident or natural causes, but apparently they've found differently now. Also, the Centron Classic will go on. Shivek Fanir, spokeswoman for the Centron City Sports and Gaming Commission, states that the 337th Centron Classic will proceed as scheduled later this month in spite of the comet tragedy. Alicia Nova to donate proceeds from concert to disaster relief. Alicia Nova, pop starlet and multi-sector music phenomenon, will not only continue with her scheduled tour of the Centron system in concert at the Centron Station Conservatory, but has publicly stated that the proceeds of which will be donated to aid the victims of the recent Centron comet strike. And definitely last but not least, it's something that probably pops up just because you kind of see the words. And I think this is probably something that Akron, you get brought to your attention on your compad, just because I think you've got Sarah kind of highlighting anything that might have anything to do with you. Shocking violence on Dellen Island, just a symptom of the tragedy. The brutal gun battle with the looters in Dellen Island's primary mag train transit station shocked residents after it was caught on security feed. But Centron city authorities warn that more may come following the horrendous events of the comet impact. And if you look at the story, you can see definitely like footage of you guys, but you can't necessarily make out who you are. It's from a security feed above the station, and it's literally showing mostly the gun battle between the security forces and the looters. But there is definitely a shot of Marcus on top of the train, blowing some guy's head off. And
Look, Marcus, you're famous.
Yeah.
I suggest that someone rolls into town and gets Marcus some hair coloring and other products to change his look.
Grow a mustache.
Yeah, I think it's time to change your look up.
Marcus now has a big, long mustache.
Yeah. It also apparently, in an unrelated story, the Bank of Centron reports 15 attempted robberies. Nearly a Carthan dozen's worth of robberies attempted in the last 56 hours has the Bank of Centron Security calling in additional private security forces while repairs to the downtown blocks of Centron City are underway. And you just get kind of video of partially flooded streets. Even downtown, there's maybe an inch of water on the streets.
How do bank robberies work when everything's digital?
You've got cred sticks and stuff, and the thing
Maybe
is,
they keep a
there's
bunch of cred sticks on
servers.
hand.
Servers are really important. That's where they keep everything. One thing that everybody is really hesitant about is keeping information in the cloud after the disaster where all of the gates collapsed, and roughly 80 to 90% of information
So instead
stored.
of vaults, they just have super secure server rooms.
Yeah. Notably, the bank is not just for money. It's for important information. But 80 to 90% of what was basically stored in the galactic cloud was lost when the jump gates or the warp gates were downed. And so people definitely don't want anything like that ever happening again. It almost ruined all of galactic
Does it mention
civilization.
whether any of them were successful?
No, notably it does not. You just see a bunch of...
Probably on purpose then. But
Ekron will probably approach Marcus first, pointing out how vulnerable the banks are. Just make an offhand comment.
Wait, what are we commenting about? What?
Just making an offhand comment to you that the banks look awfully vulnerable, but I will try to not, necessarily say anything directly, but
What are you?
I
Trying
don't think
to
everybody would go
insinuate?
for that. I don't see what it would hurt if somebody managed to take some credits from their server.
We haven't played the game
For
long
Akron,
enough to unlock
it-
the bank job yet.
Hey,
Akron,
man,
it
like,
also doesn't say that any were successful.
it's wrong to steal from noble, upstanding citizens of wherever.
I mean,
I
especially
mean,
in a
if you
dire
just
time
happen
like
to
this,
find a
that would
cryptic
be
line on
horrible.
the ground, I mean, it would be a shame if you just left it there.
Are banks insured in this era? I'm just curious.
Of course, you would attempt to return it, right?
I mean, if you could find its owner.
That's a really good question, Akron, since there's like any sort of central government is basically totally private. I'm thinking if banks are insured, they're basically just insured by a larger private organization. Like it's not like a government thing. Like so maybe a network of banks operates like underneath kind of one mantle.
Look, I mean, the local, like, mom and pop bank is governed by the United
Yeah.
Bank Inc.
Yeah, so like if a bank does get robbed, like their parent company is on the hook for it. So so are you guys heading to the station and heading back to Centron City?
Yes.
Were we looking for a buggy here, or were we looking for a buggy in Centron? And then,
Where is our warehouse, so to speak?
But if we bought a buggy here, we couldn't take it on the train.
Let me see if I can ping where it might be.
Yeah, it would be better to get a buggy in Centron City.
I
if
am
that's-
seeing
if that's where we're going to be operating.
I'm seeing your warehouse as being roughly here on the map. I will ping it multiple times, and I'll probably place a marker there eventually.
Like
Kinda
south
somewhere
of
in between
Centron?
all those islands.
Yeah, like South Centron City. It kind of at the nexus of where those two smaller islands are.
Just off the inlet.
Yeah.
Or outlet. I don't know which way water flows in that little channel. Or if it flows at all.
Probably title.
And I will say, notably, Twitch, your apartment is like, yay, over there, and you know that a lot of flooding has gone on in that general area of Central City.
Well, at least I'm on the second floor.
Yeah, it's true. Like those
Yeah.
gangbangers were dead anyway.
I will remind you that we were, who knows how many feet in the air, and we were underwater. So,
Yeah, but at least I'm on the second floor, right? I mean, it could still be underwater, but
So you guys, like, you could buy a vehicle here, but there's not a whole lot of room on Dellen Island for recreational vehicling.
that, and it probably wouldn't fit on a mag train.
If you are specifically looking for a buggy, you'd have like some search results basically advertising for luxury recreational sporting vehicles or like basically expeditionary vehicles and stuff, and it's all catering to the wealthy who want to just go game hunting or something
Let's
on
go
one of the
hunting
moons
on
of
a
Centron.
safari, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's not something that you would really use on Centron so much. Like there's a few places where a buggy could come in handy. Like there's a few places of the main island that are kind of marshland that are more industrialized for food production, but like they're not like city streets or anything. But yeah, a buggy specifically not very common here. So you'd have to actually buy it on the mainland.
So I just dropped like a little pinpoint on the map.
Yeah, I saw. Nice.
cool,
That's
you guys.
that's exactly where it is. That is officially where the warehouse is. So so yeah, you guys make your way to the Dellen Island transport hub. It is definitely an interesting journey there. It takes a little bit less time than it did before. I think it took you guys like 15 minutes to go like a couple miles last time because of all the disaster. A lot of it's been cleared out here. There's still one or two streets that are shut down. You don't see nearly like the crowds of people that there were. When you approach the station, though, the station is definitely fairly busy. This is, the first day that it's been reopened, but yeah, you bought your tickets in advance, so you just have to go through your standard kind of procedure of checking your shit again and standing in line to get into the actual kind of terminal.
Ooh, point of order. Did we
Mhm.
take the truck back?
That's up to you. Did you guys literally just take it back now, 2 days later, or did you decide to try to take it back before then?
I would have been probably pushing it to return it in the middle of the night as soon as possible, so we
Oh,
don't
yeah.
have it anywhere near us personally.
Yeah, so who would have, like, this isn't a huge deal. I guess, like, maybe one of you just kind of drove there and dropped it off and maybe hiked it back, like, it or took a taxi or something.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah, so if that happened, there's definitely no problems. If it had been 2 days later, you might have gotten some.
Took your time bringing that truck back,
Yeah.
didn't you?
Yeah, but Akron being so paranoid and security minded, I can totally believe that. It's not a retcon or anything. So yeah, like, I think you even run into one of the guys that you saved. He's actually one of the people standing by the door to the terminal. Do you all check your weapons as normal, or do you try to pull any fast ones?
Worked out fine last time.
I'll try to keep my knife on me. That seemed to work last time.
Oh yeah, he'll, like, the guy running the security check thing, like, obviously sees it, and he'll be like, that's a big knife, and he'll give you a look.
This?
Yeah, he'll give you a look. But yeah, he won't say anything. And yeah, like, if you guys pass through the security checkpoint,
You'd be like, "Yep, it is. Here's my
This
gun.
is a tool. This isn't a knife.
This I use
You
this
know.
for slicing meat."
yeah.
Gotta
This is
pick
for
my
cutting
teeth
slicing
after my
bread or
meals.
something.
So afterwards, like, you still haven't really gotten his name, but you see one of the security guards, or the security officers that you had met before, and he gives you guys, like, a friendly smile, and he's like, "Oh, you guys heading out back to the city?"
Heading back to Centron.
So, how extensive is the damage in Centron?
He shakes his head. He's like, my sister lives there, and man, I've been trying to talk her to moving out here, at least temporarily. Good luck with that, guys. Like, it's Centron. It's wealthy. They can afford to get a lot of the districts all clean and pretty in no time, but there's going to be some repercussions, I think.
I'll give him what's I guess the equivalent of a business card for me, some sort of a data chip with one of my direct contact lines on it, so they'd be able to reach me.
Yeah. He looks down at it and he's like, yeah, sure. If yeah, I'll think about it. Like, he seems to think, like, maybe you're actually trying to recruit him or something. But like, he puts your card away, and he wishes you guys a nice trip.
I definitely would have been trying to sell it more as a if you need anything else, let us know kind of gesture.
Yeah, well, if you say that, he's like, man, if we have what happens go on again, we're probably gonna need more than you guys. but thanks for the offer. And he wishes you on your way. I assume you guys get onto the train, no problem. Like, you don't have a whole lot of luggage this time. There's only one notable thing. Like, I guess Akron, you get your comm server loaded up.
Probably see if I can find That you got to mention that. Find some sort of a crate like he had where I can lock it for
Yeah.
the comm server.
Yeah, give me let's see here.
For rolling that heavy piece of equipment that was stolen out of there, I think I'll definitely
Yeah,
want to put it in
absolutely.
a nice locked container.
I'm
Preferably,
thinking like 15 credits probably for like a nice secure container.
oh, absolutely.
We'll just say you pick that up on your way there. Like they probably even have like a merchant at the base of the train station that probably sells that sort of shit. So you guys board the train without incident, and 20 minutes later, it begins its journey back to Centron 5, or not Centron 5, Centron City. If you guys were off of Centron 5, that would have been a longer journey than perhaps you wanted.
What? You say the train goes interplanetary now?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be some train.
Let's see here.
Middle of a journey, like the track just raises up and it launches like a rocket into the sky, engages the rocket thrusters.
We have some traveling music, I think. And notably, if I guess Akari, you're probably not. You're the only one that hasn't experienced the music on Roll20 yet. If you want to adjust the volume, you can go over to the cog wheel at the top right and adjust the master music volume.
I was wondering what that was.
Yes, I am attempting to do a soundtrack.
I was like, is there somebody outside my house, like, playing something?
The third box over is the jukebox. The DM has a huge list of stuff, and you can play stuff as whatever he wants.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, you're on your way. You have a compartment very similar to the one that you guys had. Do you guys do anything during the trip? Do you make any requests for ultra lobster, sautéed I don't know, like sautéed mushrooms from like the third moon
A
of
Centron
Andor 3?
burger with sautéed mushrooms and a little bit of lobster on it, perhaps.
Cook guy.
It's worth noting that we're footing the bill for food now.
Yep, we do. Yep.
Yeah, and yeah, if let's see here. Somebody roll a luck save.
Who has the best luck?
Oh!
Yeah, not Akron.
Yeah, you're not in the same compartment, unfortunately, or the same train or the same car. So no, it's not the same Carthan guy. That would have been funny.
Oh, that is too
Oh,
bad.
the same chef.
Oh, well.
No, it wasn't like an important luck save. It's just like, do you guys have the luck of being on the same car? So yeah, I think you're just traveling across
Oh,
the yellow line.
I'm sure we all have plans for our first big income of money. What's everyone planning to get when we get back to Centron? Other than seeing the probably disastrous nature of what has occurred to our beloved city.
I will point out that I think Akron has responded to some sort of ad for assistance by the local Centron Zoological Society. Is that correct, Akron? You just kind of put in like we'll respond to this when we get back to Centron City.
If everybody was strongly behind that idea, I would definitely be behind it.
I imagine you're the one that does kind of the callbacks and stuff. So yeah, you guys have that going on. Notably, it's you the details of the job are not very or rather the details are not very expansive that you can find out. Like, it seems like they want to talk to you in person.
do want to bring up that if we're going to do that job, we might need to look into picking up one of those buggies Ray was talking about. And I'll probably try and pull
probably
up a
need
few.
a buggy, and then we'll have to pick up my equipment from the storage locker, and then we need a trank gun. We need a trank gun. If we, or they probably value these specimens alive.
Hey, I'd hate to burst your bubble, but where on Sendra do you plan to get a trank gun?
Oh, any veterinary clinic would do. At least for the tranquilizer. I don't know where about the gun.
Akron's going to give you a look.
You may not have been
and tell-
to your typical veterinary clinic, Ray, but I don't think they deal with the size you're talking about.
Actually, I was talking to Green before we left, and apparently he knows a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy.
Oh.
Akron,
We might could inquire.
Akron's going to speak up and suggest that you never pay for anything you can get for free. And if we're working for a zoo, I'm sure they have trank guns and probably won't even notice if one of them doesn't get replaced.
Good point.
So you guys enjoy your several in-transit meals, because this is a long, like I think it was like a 20-hour journey or something. The seas are rougher than what you would expect on Centron. Like Centron has fairly rough seas to begin with. This looks like storm season come early, but you don't run into any problems. You do hear about this massive kind of storm cell that has kind of resulted from the comet strike that's making its way across like the south like Arctic seas, and nobody's really sure of what sort of global impact it's going to have, or how long it's going to last. Like it seems like it's a very big cell, and it could come full circle eventually. Nobody really knows. They're still crunching the data. And oh yeah, you want to work on your integration there, Akron. Tell me what you're trying to do.
I'm basically trying right now to train Sarah with my Argus web to recognize threats. So when eventually she can actually recognize them, then we'll be able to highlight them on my AR glasses if I'm wearing them. So if something was, let's say a car is speeding towards me, it might actually flash in the direction that the danger is coming from and highlight it for me in the glasses.
Yeah, that's a really smart thing. You've already got her integrated with the Argus web. Do you want to make a roll to see if you can how well you integrate the glasses in with this? It's not going to be a success number. It's going to be it's not going to be a targeted number. It's just going to be kind of a how successful are you?
Given we're on the train and I'm being really careful, and I figure it's going to be a while before we get to Centron, I'm probably going to just use my tech skill right off the bat, unless I just succeed miraculously in my first roll. So I figure that I'd be being doubly careful here.
Yeah, you have time, and this is a very smooth ride. It's got inertial stabilizers on it.
I was going to ask if that'd be Maltech or computers, but both of them are. I'm sure that wouldn't be Maltech.
Well,
I don't think.
this
But
is
either
this
one, it
is
wouldn't
not
matter.
this is not Maltech. This is basically just software and hardware connections.
Yep.
So
They're both
yeah,
one though, so
do,
I think it should matter. I was
you
thinking one
can-
was 0 and one was 1, but they're both 1 now.
since you're not physically linking these up, let's make a computers roll.
Wow, double 10.
Wow, you rolled twice?
I rolled twice just to see if I could beat 10 on any randomness, and I did not beat 10.
Okay, yeah. Well, you really kind of understand what you're doing, and you know that this is going to hook up between these three systems. The one thing though is you are not quite sure about actually the nature of having her identify threats is a little bit more expansive than I think you're even used to programming yourself. You sit down to do it, and you're a really good kind of programmer, it turns out, but But like, there's so many different variables to take into account. I think it occurs to you that it would be much easier and probably more reliable if you bought some sort of target threat assessment software beforehand and then broke that open and used it as a base.
I would like to order that. I'm also figuring the other thing that might help is actual research data, so I'll definitely be recording threats on my life into the device over this course of this.
Yeah, I assume that you have the Argus web on unless you tell me it's off.
How much would the software be for the...
The software is going to be expensive. It's not something you can get on the open market. It occurs to you that this may be the sort of thing that could come from Marcus's contact. This is the sort of thing that's normally placed in automated turrets in defenses of that nature.
I will definitely be looking forward to meeting Marcus's contact.
Let me try to give you an estimate. You're not going to know exactly, but it's going to be several hundred credits. That's pretty much what you kind of think of it.
That seems fine. The other thing is, once I finally get that part in, the next part I'd work on would be to, if I see a threat to another person in my group, that it would maybe detect that. That would be my advanced version once I get this part working. It's
so
a visual of me.
So you're doing that, and
like IFF tags or something.
Yeah, Marcus is apparently looking into the possibility of trying to be or what is actually required to register as some sort of security firm on Centron. Is that correct?
Yeah, just kind of like poke around in it and see what the process is and what's involved.
Yeah, so it looks like it's not nearly quite as involved as you previously thought. It will take a little bit of time. Like there's kind of a company that vets people for this sort of thing, and it basically is kind of a secure marketplace almost for private security on Centron, and it vets everybody, and it ensures with people who are hiring that you're registered and you're going to follow the laws of the areas. Yeah, it's basically a bonding agency. And it basically works for the entirety of the Centron system. Your first, you look at the process and stuff, and it's like you can submit applications online. You're basically going to have to submit the name of your security firm, where you're located, where you're willing to work and stuff, like what sort of subfields that you're willing to do. Like, we're willing to provide security for, like, small personal security, not like we can't provide security for like an entire event or something.
What your terms of service might be.
Yeah, stuff like that. And you have to list your personnel, and basically everybody there is going to go through a background check to determine your history in the Centron system. It's not a Sector 14 background check, because this is basically just a security firm for Centron. And you don't necessarily have to have listed like qualifications, like I graduated from this private security academy or something. That's all stuff that really comes in handy, but it's not required. It's like when people go to look at your security firm, they will see that you have not done these sorts of things, but it's not a requirement. And you can always get kind of a firm license without it. It just means you're kind of like an amateur startup. And it'll take a few days for background checks and whatnot digitally, and eventually you're apparently supposed to have some sort of meeting with somebody who's supposed to actually kind of affirm that you are who you are. This isn't some sort of scam. You're not like a gang trying to get this sort of permit. And you're supposed to basically show them where you're working out of, and Like, you get the feeling that it's not quite as involved as like what a ride along would be, but it's basically just kind of like an inspection to see that everything's on the up and up.
I would absolutely offer to forge some credentials from another planet where it'd be kind of hard to track for us if we absolutely were having trouble. Just for the record.
Have to think about whether or not we really need them. I mean, what have we done on Centron that's not on the up and up? Because we've already run into the cops several times and they let us go. So.
That is true.
Yeah, you guys haven't really gotten into any official trouble here that you're aware of or anything. So,
And yeah, I mean that might be even getting registered is a thing that we should probably decide as a group. I just figured I'd look into it anyway.
yeah, do you share this with the rest of the
Sure.
of the group while you're traveling? What does everybody think of this?
I'm in favor of it, and I will verbally offer my willingness to forge us some credentials if we need it.
Couldn't hurt if we get to a situation like we did before.
I personally, I might have to take you up on that offer. There's some people who would probably not like my name in official databases.
Background could suggest perhaps the contact we're going to meet could give you a temporary replacement name, so you won't have that issue.
And the last thing kind of to be noted about this is like there is a fee for registering as a security firm. It's like on the order of let's see here, like 2,000 credits. And I think that has to be renewed annually.
Perhaps it could wait till we earn a few more credits. Perhaps this job about the zoo.
Yeah, that might be a really good thing.
So on the trip back, Ray is
Notably,
like,
you don't have to.
Capital.
Notably, you don't have to pay it until you
register.
Get it. Yeah, so you could technically begin the background process now if you
could
so
apply,
desire.
You wouldn't have to pay until they're ready to give you
There's an application fee that's like really minor. It's like 100 credits.
Well,
and that's basically
go
to
ahead and
just weed
start the
out.
process.
If you guys want to do that, I can pay that. I'm the one who's the most money right now.
No, I'm kind of in agreement with Ray.
I'll chip in.
We can give it a little bit beforehand, I think.
Well, you have to pay
Hopefully
100
we
to
won't
start
run
the
into
process.
terribly much trouble.
This process, it could be like 3 weeks where we actually have to pay anything.
I'm going to transfer 25 out of my account. We're going to throw 25 in, or
I'll pay a portion of it.
Shirt?
25 it is.
Let's
Notably,
see,
on the journey, I want to talk with Phyrexius about maybe
I was gonna say, is
get
Phyrexius
know him a little better.
Yeah,
get this right.
Phyrexius-
They have 4 arms and 4 eyes, right?
Yep.
They have fur.
No.
No.
They're kind of like dry, kind of craggy skinned, tan/sand colored almost.
So, like a lizard, kind of?
They're not reptilian, but somewhat similar. Like if you picture the Thing from the Fantastic Four, not to that extent by any means, but somewhat similar in
So,
terms of like the skin.
Dry lake bed.
Yeah, similar. Not everybody is to that extent. Like, it doesn't, like, when I say craggy, I mean like they just kind of have I don't know. They're not perfectly smooth.
Not smooth by any means.
Yeah, like it's kind of like a thick hide almost. Like they developed on a world with more radiation than humans, and had to and also quite a lot of sand and wind. So, kind of what you would expect. It's a little leathery.
I want to spend some time trying to get to know Phrixus better. Particularly, I know that if he doesn't want to talk about it openly with the others, that's fine. But I know in particular he mentioned something about like him owing money to someone. I might like to help out with that if I can.
Let me make sure my Phrixus voice is ready, since apparently it is the same as my my voice for something else. What do you wish to know? He just kind of looks at you like, he's kind of keeping his voice down a bit, but he's kind of trusting of the group now a little bit.
Well, I know we all needed some money. I was mainly curious about what you needed money for, and if you might need some help with that or something.
He looks away briefly, and then eventually turns back. You've done quite a lot for me. I owe what you would call loan sharks. Most
always unscrupulous characters.
This should be enough for most of it. Not all though.
How much do you need? I've always had a process. I don't like having outstanding debts.
He checks his compad, and he says, still owe 700. Not sure how I'm going to pay it back. I don't know that the Garzak Mur is going to welcome me back.
The family you spoke of before.
Yeah, he looks at you, like in affirmative.
Do you know, like, if anything like this has occurred in the past?
Not sure what you mean.
You did finish 2 jobs, right?
What did you say?
You did do 2 jobs, right?
I don't think they will see it that way. Things went rather badly. He says this in a lower voice, like looking at the rest of the the compartment, like trying not to say everything else.
Perhaps so. I'd be willing to spot you those 700 credits. I mean, they sound like rather unscrupulous characters, and I would rather get those off our tail as soon as possible.
Oh, I couldn't. You've already done so much. That is a tremendous amount.
No, it's not so bad. I personally don't have any obligations for it at this exact moment.
Yeah, he looks kind of hopeful. Although he looks also a little bit embarrassed.
If it bothers you that much, I can spot you now, and you just have to pay me back after our next job. It's all good, and you get them off your tail that much sooner.
He nods fervently. He's like, I'll be good for it.
I will deduct 700. Transfer it to him.
And I'm sure Twitch could be better than a loan shark. Those guys are vicious.
Yeah, like on this world, they might actually be sharks.
Oh yeah.
definitely won't cost you an arm or leg with me.
He he laughs like a little bit nervously. I think you see him, like, one of his arms, like his lower left arm, kind of twitches for a moment. And if you look closely, like, you can see it's actually kind of been mangled in the past.
Oh,
Ooh.
I said that jokingly, but with you it may have actually been serious. I forgot to mention where we were exactly, right?
So yeah, he just, he's Phrixus. He's silent, and doesn't answer anything unless he has to. Although he does speak up after a few minutes. Uncle Gorax was pleased about the warehouse. Needed the money after all this. He kind of, moves his arms around as if referring to the sea.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't assume that many people are looking to buy new land at this point.
Yeah, he shakes his head. He'll treat you right. Uncle Gorax, good man. Honorable Carthan. Uncle Gorax, fisherman.
Oh, I judging by your typical Carthan physique, I expect he catches quite large fish.
Ultra lobster.
Ah, by hand?
Mmm, quite tasty, those ultra lobsters.
Uncle Gorax,
But not as good as my local cuisine.
Only have 2 arms now.
Ah.
Whew. I'm picturing, like, Deadliest Catch. They have a giant boat with, like, a freight crane to haul them up onto the boat.
Yeah, like picture kaiju. Ultra lobster, very
this is the
dangerous.
Point when, like, Ray pops up. It's like, oh, you still use boats here? We get submarines. Go out and just tackle them hand on hand.
Yep, submarines. A much more fitting tool to hunt ultra lobster.
I used to go out with Uncle Gorax when I was younger. Very, very dangerous. He looks like a little bit intimidated almost, like as he's remembering, like, nights out on the stormy Centronian seas fighting with Ultra Lobster.
Well, there is that, but at least you didn't deal with comet strikes at the time, did you?
He cringes a little bit. No. So yeah, you get to know Phrixus over the course of the trip. I suppose he probably opens up to everybody, if or at least everybody who's engaging him. Yeah, he spent, like, his youth, or at least part of his youth, on his Uncle Gorax's boat. He actually owns several boats now. He doesn't go out fishing anymore. Like, he just kind of owns a company that does it.
The overseer.
Yeah, and he knows how to
He
handle
has 2
boats.
arms left after all.
Yeah, his right 2 arms.
Bit awkward, that.
Yeah, he knows how to handle boats himself, although Phrixus does not consider himself, like, an actual fisherman, just sort of a novice. And since this is a particularly long ride, I'm assuming you ask him about, like, what else he does, or did, rather, like, before he joined the Karzag Mur.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, apparently, like, he looks a little bit embarrassed by this. He was a Golden Gloves boxer. That was his biggest aspiration, was he wanted to be heavyweight champion on Centron.
Do they have, like, a special class for Citizens of 4 Arms?
He nods. And Like you can pretty much tell that anybody stepping in the ring with this guy would be just annihilated. He is absolutely huge. He eventually tells you that like he had to kind of give that up when his family got into debt.
It's always a sad time when your dreams have to be placed before something more practical.
So unless there's anything else you guys want to do during the ride, we're gonna skip forward and
Oh,
get
I
to
was actually
Centron.
going to,
Oh,
when I got a chance, I was actually going to ask Twitch when I can pull him aside and ask him if he's planning on bringing Max into hazardous areas continuously as we have been.
He's always been with me.
I'm going to suggest if he's going to be brought into these potential dangers, he should be able to defend himself.
Max looks at you like he's kind of skittering across the like the seat between you guys, and when you say like defend himself, he points his stylus arm up at you and he starts jabbing at you like kind of skittering about back and forth like he's trying to lance you with it almost.
To kind of look at that and then look back at the Twitch with like, do you really think that's going to do anything? Look.
Maybe, but I wouldn't really think so. No.
I'm going to suggest when we get to our destination that when we get to the warehouse anyway, I mean, we're going to I could strip the casing from this stun pistol that I have recently come into the acquisition of and potentially try to install it onto Max so he could potentially stun an attacker. It would be non-lethal force.
Max kind of like, "Ooh," and he looks up like his little blue light like kind of blinking a bit, and he's just listening to this.
Okay, fine. Don't give me the puppy eyes. We'll give you a stun pistol.
Yeah, he goes back into like crab mode, and I guess he like skitters across the table and he goes to see what Marcus is doing for a while. So is there anything else?
Nope, I think that's it.
All right.
I was just perusing the entries on what some of these creatures were like that escaped.
Oh,
I'm sure they
there
have
is
online entries.
there is actually not a list of escaped creatures yet.
Well, I mean, the zoo probably has like records of, come see the blah blah blah.
Oh, well, if you want to look at like the main attractions at the zoo, there's that. But like the zoo has notably been tight-lipped about like information regarding this job. Like they want to handle everything personally.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking though, let me see here. Yeah, the Centron City Zoo boasts being the most expansive zoo, not only in the Centron City system, but in several nearby systems as well. Like it's a very kind of prestigious zoo. Notably, though, it kind of caters to the general kind of touristy environment, so it's not quite as like game preserve as some of the other ones. The zoo boasts the largest captured ultra lobster currently in existence. Ube, the blue ultra lobster. You see a picture of him, and
That's half the
like
size of the one at home.
Yeah, like maybe cringe. Like he's bigger than a small freighter, like water freighter. If he was on land, he would be like almost the size of a city block.
Well,
like he has like I think maybe 1/5 of the entire zoo, and is just like dedicated like at the waterfront to this pen for him almost.
the waterfront.
Yeah, you're looking through it, and like they advertise like beasts from a variety of planets. There's some sort of plant being that was found on some uncharted world in the sector that has like its own kind of arboreum that the people are basically like, you know, allowed to walk through, but it's carefully tended because like it moves slowly, and it's like a mass of kind of tendrils that is grown throughout this place, but it is like semi-animalistic almost. And it's very large, and nobody knows exactly where it comes from. Like apparently like it was sold to the zoo by some sort of, you know, merchant. They also talk about their I think they have a breeding pair of horned Valorut from Lys, which is where the Lusuvians are from. It's kind of like a desert planet. They're your typical kind of four-legged, almost canine creature, very very carnivorous. They also boast a rare Cavaran glacier beast, which is like a warm-blooded reptile that lives on the mostly frozen world of Cavaran. And it's like a reptilian avian almost, and it's like covered in fur.
A reptilian avian mammal?
Yeah. It's not a mammal. One of the star attractions is Kremvarax, the giant Kremvor. It's actually a giant Kremvor young, and like looking at this picture, it most closely resembles a scorpion with 3 mouths. It looks outright terrifying, and you know that like on Lys, where this creature comes from, it's the same as the horned Valorut. These things can get like the size of small apartment buildings. But this particular one is a baby, and is only like the size of a tank.
Only the size of a tank.
Yeah, and you know, there's a bunch of other things.
Bren Marcus, we may need your heavy artillery or really, really strong sedative if some of these entries mean anything.
Most notably, aside from Ube, the most notable off-world attraction is the Last Pink Yarble. It is
Yarble.
It is a tiny marsupial-like creature, and it is the last known of its species, and it's classified as like the zoo's almost like star attraction. Like it's been kind of putting Ube out to pasture almost. And it's like this tiny cute little thing that all of the many alien children just go nuts over. And it's kind of becoming the mascot of the zoo.
Totally have bets on that one having escaped.
So yeah, like, unless you're looking for anything specific, those are some of the highlights.
I was just looking at the generic entries. I'll probably search for more information when we find out what the job actually entails. When we arrive.
We need to get the job first.
Yeah. So you guys finally pull in after passing the barrier island into Centron City. It's nighttime when you reach the city. It's all glittering, despite like the many power outages in other areas. Obviously, this area has a priority with the generators. Much does, you know, from the train doesn't look like it's actually changed on Centron, or at least in the city where you are. But you can see like the occasional kind of flooded street or partially flooded street, even kind of downtown.
Just need to.
If we're looking for buggies, I want to hit all the car lots in the flooded areas to pick up see if they have any vehicles that might be discounted with flood damage.
So yeah, you guys want to just collect your things and head off. Are you heading back to your warehouse like first off?
For now. Probably.
I was suggesting
Actually,
you
yeah,
might
that's
look for
probably
a
the best
vehicle.
thing to do is kind of check it out.
Yeah. So when you guys get in there, Phrixus gives a call to his uncle Gorax and informs him that you guys are on the way, and he says he'll meet you there. So you guys want to get some sort of taxi?
Being as we don't have a car yet, yeah. I suppose
Yeah,
we'll
okay.
need one.
So you
I make sure to specify we need one that'll accommodate a Carthan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the bigger ones. Like you get like kind of a I don't know, like a van almost. It's all automated. So you put in an order. It takes a little bit longer than you think is normal, but it finally arrives. It's kind of like this bullet shaped sort of thing. And yeah, you guys can hop in. You load the comm server, Akron. It's not damaged from the trip or anything. And you give it the destination of the warehouse. It's just kind of on the outskirts of the more heavily populated area of the city, right over by the waterfront.
Oh, as a side note, you guys, since we're in a business agreement, as it were, would you guys be interested in making a couple hundred credits from me?
Oh.
Yeah, I've got a package that came in at the local, is there a company name for there's like an interstellar shipping or something?
Oh, yes, I have one. Let me look.
I can't just say FedEx, but that's what it would be. That's that kind of thing.
Interstellar FedEx.
I have this. Hang on. I have a list of corporations. Let's see here. Armored vehicles, colonization, computer software, blah, 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 freight transport. That might be it. Yeah, Exaris Multistellar.
I found
It's
a package I ordered a couple weeks back from come into the headquarters of, or I guess the shipping area of Exaris Multistellar. I may have been a bit overzealous in my purchases. I decided to purchase parts for exactly Max's model. That I don't know if that may get me in some trouble. It may be better if I'm not the one to pick them up. Don't know if you guys are interested in maybe making some money. It should be an easy job. I didn't purchase under my name or anything, but you never know.
And then we cut 3 hours ahead of time, and you guys are in a gun battle. It was supposed to be an easy job.
Easy job, he said.
Ekron will totally be down with that. He'll think that we perhaps should pick up our vehicle first, and then swing by and get your stuff. And once we have a trunk to load it into.
So you're planning on doing this tomorrow?
There's people typing in chat as well.
Oh, I wasn't actually typing. I'm sorry.
I mean, there's stuff for Star in chat. Star dislikes that, but
yeah, I thought I was keeping up with it, but yeah, it is very hard for me to keep up with that.
Keep in mind, guys, Star only has one monitor.
Yeah. Well, even with the one monitor, I'm too busy talking usually.
Oh yeah.
So you guys, you have this conversation, and eventually, the taxi pulls into the warehouse district, and fortunately on this side of the island, it was shielded by the barrier island. It's a barrier island for natural reasons, but it's also very fortunate. And There has not been a whole lot of damage here, but a lot of the warehouses, look like standard warehouses. There's the occasional industrial plant. I think you guys pass like a power generation station, and you actually get to the actual kind of dock front, and the car, slides to a stop in front of what is apparently a very large warehouse with that's like literally right on the water, and there is a small car parked nearby. It's not the most well lit area, but like you don't see a whole lot of gang tags or anything nearby. You guys get out and follow Phrixus.
Sure.
Yeah, Phrixus leads the way and heads for the car. The door opens up, and like a very big Carthan male pops out. He's got darker skin than Phrixus. It's like kind of a darker brown color. And the most notable thing, like right off the bat, is his left two arms end in stumps, like kind of at the bicep. And he's like kind of a really tough-looking individual. He's not quite as big as Phrixus, but he gets out of the car, and he walks up to you guys. He gives like a wave to Phrixus, and then when he gets closer, like they hug, and it's like a really kind of powerful sort of like backslapping hug, even with two arms. Phrixus, it's good to see you, my lad. And in Phrixus, returns the gestures. He's kind of laughing. He looks a little bit more youthful than you've seen him almost. Uncle Gorax, these are my friends. This is Twitch and Akron, Marcus, and he has like a little bit of a hard time saying Ray, Ray, and yeah, he introduces you guys to his uncle Gorax. Well, I can't say I'm not surprised that that someone would be looking for warehouse property this soon after the disaster. But I think you've made a wise choice. Let me show you around the place.
Yes. Let us see the place.
So he leads you around to the side, and there's basically just this big featureless wall that goes all the way down to the water, and the only entrance is like a pair of double doors. It's a metal and in concrete sort of warehouse. He puts his hand on a pad. It lights up after a moment, and you hear the doors unlock, and he lets you guys in. Inside, there's a rather large kind of, it looks sort of like a loading area. There is a pair of sliding doors like that would face the street where kind of where you guys came from, that would obviously slide upward for some sort of cargo loading, and it looks like that area is very empty, and like there's just like a lot of storage space there. There looks like there's maybe like a utility closet, but the vast majority of the warehouse is taken up by this huge space that is open from both the first floor to the second floor. It's this U-shaped dock, and it's currently not filled with water. You see that there's kind of like a lock on the other end where the warehouse meets the water, and it's obvious that this area could be flooded, or at least the dock area could be flooded, and it is so large that it could hold like a small ship of some kind. There's several moorings for like smaller vessels should you need them. On the far side of the warehouse, like it's currently kind of closed, where like there's like a blast shutter, but he puts his hand on the wall, starts flipping on some lights, and you hear like a really large grating sound as this shutter kind of opens up on the very far side. It's like maybe 200-300 feet away almost. This is a very big place, and it opens out, and you see the like the Centron waterfront. Above you,
It seems to have weathered the wave well.
yeah, it's a very, very sturdy building, he explains. Above you there is like on pillars and kind of suspended from the roof of the place is a second floor. There's a stairwell that leads up to it. It looks like there's like a glass glass windowed office that looks out over the entire thing, and there's enough space in there for easily 4 or 5 rooms.
While we're taking the tour, can I be making I guess maybe I'm not even sure if I should roll it or not, but like security notes of what I might want to adjust / improve here?
Yeah, like the building itself looks really sturdy, and the locking mechanisms on like the gates and the doors, like all the doors are really sturdy, and like they seem to lock really well.
A big heavy concrete building?
Like it's got like a concrete foundation, and then it's got like steel frame, and then it's got like a much lighter steel composite like siding and roof.
I was thinking in terms of like what kind of security system we should buy and where the
it's got like a basic security system, but yeah, it doesn't have like much in the way of cameras. That's definitely something you particularly would want to invest in. You would probably have to buy quite a lot in order to cover like the space of this warehouse, both in and out, if that was the sort of thing you were interested in. It looks like all of the security systems are built like specifically just mechanically, like to determine if the doors are closed or not. If you want to add motion or anything else, that's a possibility.
I rolled a 10 for my assessment, just to give you some kind of rough idea, I guess, to assess what I would need to optimally protect this. I don't know if that would play as like how hard it would be to break in here or how that would work, but
it would be hard for like a gang to break in here. Assuming nobody was here though, it would be feasible to do it in such a way that the alarms would not be triggered as they are now. It would require a lot of effort, but they could feasibly do it. If it was like a professional crew, they could certainly get in.
I will definitely be paying to upgrade the security based on what I would notice that might be needed to improve it. So I'll definitely be looking into buying that when we're out on our shopping trip.
Yeah, sensible precaution.
Can I do kind of likewise, maybe like a tactics check?
Yeah,
to give a more, not necessarily a computer security and a security system security, but more of a structural weak points or places that are defensible or not defensible or something like that.
Where the exits
definitely.
are.
Let me start drawing this up.
I don't do that this minute, but I'd like to at some point.
Let's get the base of operations for a while. It's good to make sure it's as safe as possible.
You can definitely assess this from a tactical standpoint and figure out where the best places are to potentially set up some sort of choke point or defense, or like what the sight lines are around the warehouse, that sort of thing.
If Marcus shows any interest in automated turrets, Akron will be very, very interested in him getting automated turrets. They'll be securely networked to Sarah. What could go wrong?
Oh, God.
Anyway, we need to roll for that now.
Yeah, if you want to. A lot of it's Like, you get most of the information just by looking. A roll is just going to give you, like, kind of that extra tidbit, maybe.
The only reason I rolled was if I noticed, like, hey, this particular, corner has a blind spot or something like that, if I would have noticed it or not. Like, oh man, somebody could get into this upper stairs window if they had climbing equipment and that sort of thing.
I don't think I get anything extra for that roll.
Yeah, you're just a 0 in tactics?
Yeah.
What about your intelligence score?
It's also a 0 modifier.
Okay. Yeah, like it looks about as secure a place tactically as you would, kind of consider a normal warehouse. There's nothing that stands out to you. Like, if you're trying to set up defenses or something, you basically only have 4 possible entrances, which I am about to draw. There's, of course, the big one is the... This is actually probably not long enough. Hang on.
How long is the sight line from every direction, out of curiosity? Do we have, like, an alleyway nearby with, like, a building right on top of us, or is it
You have a
like...
nearby warehouse. It's probably about 40 to 50 feet away on one side.
Okay, so it'd be very hard to sneak up here with camera coverage. That's good to know.
Yeah. This will probably take me a little while to draw. I'm not going to stop the session here or anything, or pause it. Like, does anybody have any questions they want to ask of each other or of Gorax or anything while I'm doing this?
Do we get, like, keys, or do we palm scan in and out, or what?
It looks like it's a palm scan reader, and it's made for, like, industrial use in terms of, like, there's supposed to be crews coming in and out of here normally, so in order to save money and potential security hazards, like, this place is just not built to have keys. Like, okay. People are registered to come into the building, and it's whoever you have listed in your security parameters.
Okay. I mean, I'm just curious from
it's definitely a thing to keep in mind.
I'm curious how much it's going to cost us to furnish the place.
If you guys go upstairs, there are certainly no bedrooms or anything. Like, what you basically find is kind of a fully accoutramented office. There's not, like, a whole lot of luxuries or anything. There
office desks, cubicles, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, in this one area. And then, like, the other areas, like, there's a fairly, standard bathroom in the hall. There appears to be several extra kind of storage rooms, that sort of thing. In order
is the bathroom sized for a Carthan?
It's big enough.
You're definitely gonna want to buy some refrigerators.
And there is a kitchenette area. It's not, like, extremely extensive, but it's there. It's enough to where you guys would be able to live off of it.
I'm sure there's a fridge for, like, the break room, as it were.
Yeah. Like, there's a small lounge.
I thought this place was gonna be literally just flat out completely empty, so that makes a considerable difference. I was thinking, yeah, we need to get desks.
Any warehouse should have some kind of, at least, small office for just whatever staff is there.
I'm not even going to take the time to draw this now. It'll be too involved. I will get this to you guys next time.
I copy that. I think we've got a handle on the place now. Certainly have a much better picture of it than I did before.
Yeah, but, like, the main entrances are just, like, the doors you guys came through. The 2 loading dock doors that are nearby, and then the big ass hangar door, so to speak. There is like a skylight with the shutter, but that's like over the over the main section of the warehouse.
I flip that open if it's not already.
Yeah, it grinds a little bit as it's coming open. It looks like it's hardly been used. Looks like it's maybe used for kind of venting air and getting some fresh air in here if need be.
Ah, fresh air. Always good for
Notably,
oneself.
you guys didn't see any way up to the roof. Like, there's no staircases like outside of the building to get up there. So, Gorax turns to you. So, do you think this will be to your satisfaction? It's not exactly built for living space, but you could certainly do a lot with it.
A bit of modification, then it should be fun.
You definitely think you could fit a couple of vehicles in the storage area through the loading dock doors, if you actually wanted to store things in here instead of outside.
Good to know.
And he would be alright with some minor modifications to the office space, stuff like that.
Yeah, you ask him that, and he says, as long as you're paying the monthly rent, and as long as I can change it back after you're done, you can do what you want. So he's basically hinting at like no permanent structural modifications, and that's kind of it.
I was thinking like, rearrange the cubes into like some rooms or something. But yeah.
Well, there aren't
that
cubicles. There
shouldn't
are
be-
rooms.
Oh, okay, well, that's fine then. It'd be more like move office components out for bunks and stuff, but yeah.
So who is doing like the paperwork with him?
I guess it's me. I've signed everything else.
All right. Do you guys want to go? I think it was 2,800. Do you guys want to go back over how much it's going to cost?
I think I even deducted the amount already. Actually, I think of the.
Yeah, I have 560 already.
Is there
Yeah, I'm
a
pretty sure everybody
bargaining
did.
skill in this, and do any of us
Yep.
have it?
I will say that you don't have to do that because you basically got a lower rate from him being
okay.
Phrixus's uncle to begin
Okay.
with. Like it would have been in the 3,000s otherwise. But it's going to be 2,800 a month. And that can
I
be split
already,
however you want to do it.
I think we already split it up. Actually, it was 560 from each of us because
Yeah, I remember you guys. I remember you guys splitting it up.
Yep, I think we're all good then. Definitely sounds like a cool base for the moment.
So yeah, there's no real place to sleep there for the night. Like there's kind of like a couple cots in like the break room that you could kind of make use of. Phrixus obviously like he has a place to go, so he's going to head out and probably like live wherever he lives, like wherever his apartment is or whatever. Do you guys want to just kind of rough the night there and then maybe put it in an order for furniture or something to come tomorrow, or go shopping tomorrow for it?
Ray's roughed it in worse places, so yeah.
I've actually got a survival kit now, so I can break that out.
I personally
Yeah.
would at least want to take a
Bedrolls or
trip to
something.
see the condition of my apartment.
You're doing that tonight? It's on the other side of the city.
Oh, well, if it's late,
Like-
then no.
It's like on like this. When I say city, like this is way, way, way bigger than New York, like by many, many, many times, and it's on the other side.
Alright, tomorrow it is then. You've already been technically roughing it at Greens. He didn't really have furniture, so
Yeah. He had beds that basically kind of extended from the walls, but that was about it. All right. So Gorax bids you goodbye. He seems really pleased with the deal. Like this is actually a steal for the size of the warehouse. But looking about, it doesn't look like there's actually a whole lot of activity in this area. Looks like maybe business has not been good to this particular
Not a lot of call
section
for
of the docks.
large boat docks.
Well, there are like that's the main industry on Centron is all sorts of fishing, but like apparently like this section of the docks has just not been seeing a whole lot of use. Like maybe a lot of the boating industry
Been
kind of
vacant for a
moved
long
elsewhere.
time. Happy to finally get someone to pay.
Yeah, and I think he seems especially happy because he's anticipating not having good numbers for a while, given all that's happened.
Indeed.
And you could have someone who's willing to pay in this time
I
of
imagine
need.
the fishing industry is hit quite hard by a tsunami.
Yeah. Who knows what this is going to do to the economy? Like people are saying bad things. So you guys, you doing something during the night?
Yeah, during the evening, I'm gonna try and see if I can strip the handle and casing off that stun pistol. Then I'll approach Twitch about attempting to hook it into Max, or at least attach it in a manner that he can actually use it.
Where would we put such a thing, though?
If you're going to do it, it may come at a cost. He is a very compact thing, and currently his main little compartment beneath his body that kind of folds out holds his spot welder and multi-tool. I think there should be a way to kind of modify it so that he still has most of those functions, but it might require, like, depending on your role is really going to be the thing. If you do well on the roll, you can basically just kind of find a way to smush it in there almost. If it's not a great roll though, you might have to give up a little bit of functionality.
All right, sounds fair. If it ends up losing a lot of functionality, I might see if we can make maybe like an attachment that he could switch out. Let me see.
This is going to be
Postec?
Yeah, tech, post tech, and
Before you roll that, can I like help with that roll maybe?
Yeah, I would say you're probably used to like maintenance robots from where you're from, coming from a space station.
Like I got the toolkit.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, like that was ordered while we were up at Green's.
Yeah, one thing I forgot to mention was when you guys arrived here, there was basically some containers that he had put inside the, he had let inside the warehouse over the last day. And it's all of the stuff, or pretty much all the stuff that you guys had ordered online.
Oh, awesome.
In the last day or two.
Oh yeah, if Marcus has a toolkit handy there. I know I ordered a Postec toolkit. Is this the Postec toolkit?
Yeah, that's what I ordered.
Oh, that's awesome, man. All right, let's what does that do? Give me a +1?
No, it allows you
Yeah,
to
I
make
don't
the
know.
check for permanent changes.
Oh, okay. Right, cross your fingers. I probably will re-roll this if it's terrible.
Is your check any higher than mine?
And since it's at the evening, I'm gonna try it one more time at the end of the night here. Oh god. Okay, well, 7 looks like the one.
Are you able to pick which one?
Oh, does it work that way? I didn't realize if it didn't work that way, but that's fine if I flubbed it then.
It just says once per in-game hour you can re-roll a failed skill check. That kind of sounds to me like you have to take the
Okay, you have
re-roll.
to fail it first. I see. I'm sorry. I was thinking of like.
Well, this
I
is
don't know.
this
I
is
got
not
the
a
rules
check
muddled
that
in
had
my
a
head.
this is not a check that had a TN for it. I was seeing how well you did.
Yeah, I apologize.
Well,
didn't
it
realize
can
that's
work
how
on.
it worked.
I mean, like it's fine for using it on this. I think you have to be okay with whatever number you get for the second one, though.
I think that's reasonable. I think that's definitely reasonable. I don't know. I think I got the that stupid potion from Tangent World stuck in my head where I was thinking. Don't know why. Sorry about that.
Yeah, like it looks like you could modify them, but but he would lose a good bit of his multi-tool functionality. Like, he might lose power on his... Like, it looks like maybe you'd have to draw power from his multi-tool itself. And let me look at Max's stats. Like, he might actually get like an what amount? Like, he'd still be technically trained in post tech, but it might actually still be a -1 on rolls if you were to do this.
There's no way to make it modular, so I could he could choose which one
Not-
he got hooked up. Is there?
Um.
He could choose if
Yeah,
it's hooked in or not.
you could do that, but you'd have to be carrying it around with you.
I can do that. It's
Twitch-
not a lot of weight.
Yeah, Twitch was wanting him to do that. I could give him the kind of hacked up stun pistol here, so he could attach it to Max whenever it might be necessary.
I succeeded on my assist, by the way.
Yeah, I saw it. It brought it up by 1.
Yeah, just
Um.
worth noting.
So yeah,
Nice.
It'll be 1 encumbrance, and you can switch it out not at a moment's notice, but fairly easily.
Excellent. My bad guy shall place.
Like, you basically succeeded in making his little utility compartment beneath him modular.
Nice. The
Stun
situation
pistol,
arises,
Module for Max. Now in inventory.
and I will take the stun pistol out of my inventory.
What's the weight on the stun pistol?
Again, I'll show.
It's just 1 encumbrance.
The stats on it are AB2, 1d3 damage, 10/20 range, and 2/2 ammo.
Well, AB doesn't transfer. AB is your attack bonus. Although
Yeah,
since it's
never
an
mind, you're
energy
right.
weapon, you get a natural +1 with whoever's using it.
The 1d3, 10/20, and 2/2 is its stats. And I'm dropping it out of my inventory.
All right, so that's
Next
out
plus
of the
one,
way.
he would make that untrained.
Yeah, and there will be certain, fine tasks that he might not be able to accomplish. Like, just because he doesn't have, like, his little multi-tool anymore.
Yeah, while it was equipped.
So, we got that out of the way now. It's morning. I think you all kind of wake up with stiff backs. It also occurs to you guys, in the middle of the night, that you're going to have to upgrade the air conditioning here. Like, it was not, it's meant for a working environment, but it's not necessarily the most comfortable to sleep. So what are your plans for the day? It sounded like somebody was at least somebody was going to go pick up some items that were shipped in, and somebody else was going to go look at potentially acquiring a vehicle before you all kind of went to the zoo.
I believe so. And yeah, Twitch wanted to pick up stuff. We wanted to go to the zoo to inquire about the possible job.
I was suggesting we might all go pick up a vehicle.
We need a
then
vehicle
go,
first, so.
Then go
I
get
think.
the stuff.
To go do all of this other stuff, yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna need the wheels.
We can pick up Twitch's order and throw it in the trunk after that, I would think.
Is there
We're-
anything else?
How-
We're probably gonna need 2 vehicles. I think Bucky's
Oh yeah, and
usually
Marcus
carry 3.
is going to meet with his arms dealer guy.
I'd probably do that
Yeah.
after the vehicle too.
Just out of curiosity, how old is Ray and how old is Twitch? I'm just
Which is in his late teens.
Ray would be like 26 or so, probably.
okay. Just formulating my plan for when we get to the car dealers.
I believe Marcus should be 27-ish, maybe 20.
All right.
Is there a way I can get spreadsheets to not automatically put a date in?
Put a comma. Put a comma in.
Or
before
surrounded
you,
in parentheses. Or
Well, you don't even need to do that. Just put a comma in, then 10
Apostrophe, maybe.
or apostrophe, yeah. Alright, so where are you guys heading first to try to pick up a vehicle?
Let's see. Guess we'll
Yeah,
browse
let's do that.
online to see if we can find any local areas that might
Yeah.
have a buggy.
There are 2 places in the city, which, this is a really big city, so only 2 places is kind of, few. But at least it's fortunate for you that they even have them. There's 2 places that list that sort of thing. Both are basically kind of sport recreational dealers that
Does this plan
cater.
have a Craigslist equivalent?
Yeah, it does. Are you gonna search that for buggies?
Might take a glance at it. Do we have
There are
a
no
idea what
buggies.
we're looking for?
Well,
No buggies?
I'm not gonna say that. Make a luck save.
Okay.
There aren't any normally, but perhaps. Maybe somebody had one, and because of this disaster, they need money. No, there's not.
No buggies. When we go to the market, I'm just kind of thinking. Not sure what you guys have in mind. I remember you were showing military buggies, but either a 4-seater version of something like this, or potentially maybe we could get a couple smaller ones, something like that. Depending on what we can find. I'm open to suggestions. I was looking through some things that might fit us.
Well, I mean, whatever
Obviously-
they've got in our price range.
The price range, I guess, is the big factor. We'll probably pull out of
Yeah.
there with a friggin' minivan with our luck.
And buy a tank if we had the cash,
Obviously, no machine gun on that first picture. It would be and probably an antenna instead. But I'm just trying to think if there was a 4-seater buggy we could get. That would be probably the best bet. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe when we get to the car dealership, somebody can roll their luck, and we'll see
Yeah,
what kinds of
we'll
rides
see.
are available.
Here's kind of generally what the 3-seater buggy is like.
The thing is, we have Phyrexius too, so you really need 5 seats.
You're
So
not gonna find a 5-seater buggy. Like there's a possibility you could find a 4-seater one, but 5, like it might not even really be possible for you to modify for that. That's the sort of thing where you would have to have a full car.
I would be open to looking at again, like the second buggy I linked. So if we get one of those dirt cheap or something to maybe go in with the mix, but I'm definitely willing to throw in on some buggies here. So
We're talking thousands of credits probably.
Yeah. So you guys order another cab. It takes like a good deal longer to get out to you here than it did before. Like a full 10 minutes. And you punch in the destination for the first dealership. It is let's see here. A Kutan intergalactic adventures. And it's nowhere nearby. It takes you guys like 30 or 45 minutes to get there almost. Like it's across the city. But you pull up, and like the outside of this building has like a sign with like a crosshairs on it, and like there's several exotic vehicles on stilts and various sorts of show devices outside. There's definitely not a whole lot of people here. And like on the inside, as you guys walk in, you see just like a vast showroom floor of various vehicles, but then like a full half of the shop is just like smaller things like camping gear and like sporting rifles and shit like that.
Guys, we've made it to Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah, it is basically Bass Pro Shop
It's
Intergalactic.
Bass Pro Shop.
That is generally what you were at, and a tall, spare-looking Tarlin. He doesn't have like the most vibrant kind of coloration. He's kind of like a light maroon. He comes up. I am now hearing myself. He comes up and he greets you. Welcome, sirs and madams, to Akutan Intergalactic Adventures. How may I serve you today?
I'm probably going to step up and play with the little story that I just mentioned, whispering to them in the text chat. Sorry about that, but I'm just going to play with it even if you guys haven't agreed and say, yep, we're buying my son here, his first car. Pat twitch on the back heavily. I'm going to say that he likes to go off-roading, and I'm going to show him general image of the kind of buggies we're looking for. And ask
Victor,
him what he has.
You just made spaghetti come out of my nose.
Wow, that's gotta be painful.
It was. Luckily, it was chewed. Wow, that's burning. Yeah, so he looks really amusedly between you and your son.
Wait, what's going on? I was fixing my headset so it's not echoing.
You are apparently Akron's son, and he is buying you your first vehicle.
And it's a buggy? Really?
Yeah, you like to,
off-roading.
yeah. So like this guy's looking between all of you, and he's like muscular kind of Marcus in the back, like
You look
Sir-
nothing alike.
certainly, sir. He's like thinking to himself, like, some families. What did you have in mind? And he kind of makes a grand gesture towards the showroom floor.
What are we seeing here as far as available buggies in like the general price range that don't have sticker prices that would give us all heart attacks?
Well, let me see here. I'm going to bring up supplemental equipment because I have the general buggy listed. So you see like a variety of buggies, all ranging like in the high 2000s to anywhere in the 4000s. Kind of the vast majority of buggies are 2.5 seaters, and some of them have 6 wheels. There's like one that's like an 8-wheeled kind of Caterpillar one that doesn't look very fast, but it's like made for like use on lunar surfaces if you wanted it. There's a couple that are like fully enclosed for like actual vacuum environment settings. And then there's like a couple that are like 4-seater ones that are like 2 in the front, 2 in the back. They look like a little bit more like we're pretending to be off-road enthusiasts, but it's really just our family going off for like the day trip sort of thing. Like they're not very, they're rugged, but they're they're not quite as utilitarian. There's one that boasts like one that's specifically like in the hunting section. Like there's a section of the showroom floor that's like all about just like hunting on multiple worlds. And it boasts like active camouflage hunting net, like hunting stands that after several hours adapts to the environment around you. It makes you virtually impossible to detect, like TM. And
TM.
yeah, like but like there's one that has like a side section that literally extends from the vehicle for like in travel use. You can think back to the like the vehicles in Jurassic Park that have like the little side seat that extends out. I'm doing that just
sidecars, yeah.
yeah,
Just for me.
yeah, just for you. They're like they're
have to look at Twitch and be like, "Go ahead, son, take a look. See what catches your eye."
oh my god.
I sort of half roll my eyes, but
If I wasn't the center of attention right now, I'd be glaring daggers at Akron.
Do you have your hand around your wife's waist, Akron?
I figure Ray would be more likely the sister.
say
in
what?
this case.
I had to put it out there.
Hey, the sales guy doesn't know.
Kari and Ray are about the same age. They probably don't want to be here. Can totally be staring at me with daggers, and it'll fit my story.
So
No, Marcus is totally like oogling random stuff.
yeah,
I
there was
want
like
one
a
of these, and one of these, and one of these.
there's a really nice like dart rifle on one of the walls that like catches your eye. That's like 4 feet long. I think Marcus probably goes and wanders over in that direction for a while. So, since it's up to you, son, Twitch, what are you looking at?
Knowing what that I want this scene as much as you do, Star, I examine the one that has expanding seats. Extending seats.
Yeah, so this one's more like a kind of a traditional Jeep almost. It's definitely higher priced. It's got 2 seats in the front, and the side passenger seat extends out to the side. And it's got 2 small seats in the back that can double as a cargo area. And he says, "Oh, this is definitely a specialist vehicle. Mainly used for game hunting on Arcatha, where it's useful to get outside of the vehicle." He presses a button and the seat extends a little bit. He's like, "Of note, there is a gyro mount here in case you are mounting some sort of net launcher. Doesn't come standard with the vehicle, obviously, but
Ray's
but
eyes light
it
up
is
from
there."
across the room.
Is this a used or a new vehicle?
He looks at you. Sir, we only sell the finest factory-produced goods here. This particular one has a price tag of $5,400.
But it seats
But
4, nominally.
Yeah, it's not quite as off-road capable as like one of those 3-person buggies. But it's also marginally more on-road acceptable.
Would I know if they had a used lot here?
We're at a sporting goods
here?
store.
Here, no.
Okay.
Like, not at this establishment.
Excellent. There goes my. Unfortunately, there goes my plan to haggle the price with the any broken parts. But this will still. I'd be definitely be coming up to Twitch and asking him if he thinks this one would do.
Yeah, while this is happening, I think he's pulled Ray aside almost. Like you've been catching some glances from this guy, Ray. Like maybe he's into you or something, and he's like kind of like pulled you aside. He's like having you lead into the front of the vehicle. He's like, see, if you activate this button, you get the night vision enhancement screen across the entire windscreen.
That's so wonderful.
And he's like pointing out all the different functions of the front of the car, and it comes with integrated force screen, so you can drive without the top on and not get wet.
That's very useful.
What kind of trunk storage space are we talking?
It's literally 2 fold-down seats, like not like manual fold-down. You can press a button and they basically collapse into the underside of the vehicle, and you get like a small but fairly deep trunk, but it has to be in place of the 2 rear seats. There's like a roll cage above you that can obviously support some cargo, and it looks like there's some like equipment / utility luggage straps on the sides and the rear of the vehicle as well.
So the 2 rear seats technically sit on top of what would be the storage cabinet in the back?
Yeah, pretty much.
It seems to be the kind of thing we're looking for.
Does it look like I could install the comm server onto the vehicle somewhere?
Do you
or
offer a lease to loan plan? Lease to own, is that what they call that?
I gotta think. I don't think they would do that here. He shakes his head. No. Unfortunately, we have a fairly strict customer base. We like to sell the most reliable goods possible. If we were leasing it, we couldn't resell it.
If out of character, if you guys think we could, I could foot the bill for that. I have enough.
Seriously?
Almost.
I think between all of you, you could easily afford it.
Is there
Alternately, we can get more than one of a different kind too.
I was going to ask if there was a one of the 3-seaters that looks like it could be good for mounting the comm server too.
The thing about the 3-seaters is like the back seat is also the storage space. This one does not fold down. It's just like a storage space that has been manufactured in such a way that people can sit in it, and it has like seat belts that can kind of fold out if you need them. In that regard, like the 3-seaters, you might be able to mount some sort of comm server into the frame between the front 2 and the rear compartment. It would take some significant modification. With the 4-seater, you don't know. Like, you might be able to install it somewhere in the vehicle, but it would require a substantial amount of modification if you weren't putting it in the trunk.
How much for an enclosed something like that, if there is something like that? It sounded like there was. Just curious.
Yeah, they sell it doesn't come with the little expanding seat thing. It's basically just a Jeep, and it's like 4,500. It's a little bit less robust. It's a little bit more, normal.
What do they have in the sub 2,000 category exactly? I just want to make sure I have that down.
Like that crosses the range into like single seater almost. Like they're almost like crosses between buggies and motorcycles at that point. They don't have a whole lot of them. They're almost like off-road motorcycles with like
Kind of four-wheeler.
three or four wheels.
Enclosed ATVs.
And like they'll have like a roll cage or something. And like I think there's maybe one model that has two, and they're like there's like a front seat and a rear seat, kind of like a trainer jet almost. And it's like maybe like 2,000, but it has like very limited cargo space, and it's very small.
I'm going to. Go ahead, Curry.
I was gonna say, kind of how I'm seeing this is we could do a single vehicle that has enough space to actually seat all four of us, but Frixis is kind of out of luck. Or we could potentially get two vehicles that have smaller seating capacity. Which there's pros and cons to both of those things. If we get two, that means we can split up and go do separate things potentially too. So
Akron's going to bring up the Tritch and say, well, if you want to use your savings to buy this, I might look into buying this smaller vehicle here to so the whole family can get it on your off-road trips. I might buy that little sub 2000 semi-enclosed roll cage trike thing. I might not even be the one that drives it, but I might purchase that. Talk to him about purchasing that as well.
So, are you guys like, are you guys considering both? Like, it sounds like you're more towards doing two. Which two are you?
Ray looks longingly at the four-person with the pop-out seat. This is a wonderful piece of engineering, Father.
I will say, Akron,
wins.
the little two-seater one is much. It's very close to that second thing you linked me.
Okay, that should be good.
It's like two seats, like one in front, one in the back, and it's got like a rear storage compartment that's very small that you might be able to fit a comm server in.
Yeah, that might be fine for me then. I was thinking either I'd be driving it, or I might even have someone like Marcus drive it and gear it towards that, since it's a fast-moving little scout vehicle. One way or the other.
So meanwhile, Marcus, you're looking, you're looking at like this hunting equipment, I assume, right?
It's kind of browsing.
You notice, on the wall, like they've got several standard kind of hunting rifles. One of them sort of, I guess, catches your eye. It is a very big gun. It's advertised as a dart rifle, but instead of propelling darts like through chemical projectiles, it's like a coil gun almost, and it basically accelerates these things magnetically.
It's a Gauss dart rifle.
Almost. It's like the hybrid between a dart rifle and what we have as a mag rifle in this game. It's a little bit more bulked up version of the standard dart rifle. It doesn't have the same magazine capacity, but it's got like a more significant range, and it can deliver a slightly higher sized dart. And you would also know, although the guy who like kind of comes up to you as your approach, looking at it, like he doesn't like advertise this right off the bat. You can put like steel darts in here too. Is this the sort of thing you might be
Steel darts? You mean bullets?
Yeah, like you get kind of like the Flechette vibe from this almost, like piercing rounds maybe, or something, like accelerated at a high velocity. I will say for everybody that I added a section in the projectile weaponry of the supplemental equipment for dart pistol and dart rifle. This is not the standard dart rifle. It's got a fairly hefty price tag on it, but this catches your eye as a connoisseur of weapons. Just wanted to throw it out there.
So I believe we should get the 4-seater version.
I'll be willing to go in on with that on you, Ray.
How much was that one?
600,
600, you said?
5,400.
Only got 3K myself.
I can put 3K of it if you want.
Anybody else want to get in on this?
I'm going to motion to the smaller vehicle and say I'm going to be purchasing that as well.
The little the 2-seater like strike buggy.
Yep, I'm getting the little 2-seater strike buggy as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think that sounds like you're basically buying the 2 and the 4-seater. That sounds kind of like a reasonable thing. Like you guys will have kind of an extra seat should you need it. Is Marcus getting in on any of the buggy action?
Oh yeah, I'll throw some money at it.
Are you gonna throw some money at the 4-seater one? It seems like that's kind of the more general.
I mean,
All right.
I'm good with pitching into whatever kind of vehicles you guys want to get.
While this is going on, I want to if I get a second to look at or like get the Twitch kind of alone for just a moment anyway, or at least get enough to give a glance to him. I'm gonna say that son, if we don't get a discount on both of these, I'm not sure if we can maybe make this happen since we're buying 2.
Give me a persuade roll. Give me a persuade roll. This guy is not car salesman level, but
it would have seemed that my father wishes to buy that vehicle over there. Perhaps since we're buying 2, a slight discount may be in order?
All right, yeah. Both of you guys give me a persuade roll, and whatever Twitch rolls will be the +1 for help if he succeeds. This is not too difficult.
Charisma?
This is gonna be a 7. Yeah, it's charisma.
By B and it cancels out just straight 2d6. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Akron, you crushed this. I think like this guy is also somewhat in a desperate mood, like to get sales in this sort of environment, and he hears you like potentially not buying this, and he goes to close the deal. I can certainly work with you, sir. If you're purchasing them together, that would come out to be 7,300. I could give you a potentially a 15% discount on that.
I'm gonna nod and say I'm gonna say I think we can work with that. I'm gonna pat my wallet. And look back at Twitch and be like, "You sure this is the one you want?"
Oh, I'm quite sure.
It is a savings of 1,095 credits.
So it will be 7,400, and we're saving 1,095.
Yep.
Total is 6,205.
If I was buying a 2000 vehicle, man, I need to look up exactly how much that would be out of that.
It was 1,900 for yours.
Oh, nice.
If we're talking the split before the discount, everybody taking a split of the 4-person was paying 1,800 and you were paying 1,900. Let me figure out how much that would be before the discount.
Pretty nice, man. I mean, certainly a decent discount.
While we're here, do you have anything in the way of dart rifles?
Yeah, I think Marcus's ears probably.
Hey guys, look what I found! Like hold it up like over the shelves and kind of wave
Yeah,
it.
it's this massive kind of white and in black dart rifle. Although the guy mentions that he can have it in a different color. So you if you choose, it's pretty big, but it's surprisingly lightweight, and the thing's like 4 feet long. Although it has like a collapsible barrel, that, like you press a button and it kind of sinks back into the main frame of the.
Telescopes in.
Yeah. Think some Turian sniper action.
Ooh. How much is this, sir?
So the guy helping Marcus, gives kind of like a glance to the guy who was helping Akron with the cars, and he's like, "Ooh, big spenders." This is a rare kind of a gun, little lady. This is a ZXR manufactured rifle. You know anything about ZXR?
As a corporation, no. Are they based locally?
Do you actually know anything about like weapons and stuff?
I have Combat Projectile Zero. I know a little bit.
Okay. ZXR Limited is based in Sector 5. They're like the most notable producer of railgun weaponry in the private market. And like for them to make some sort of like potentially non-lethal like dart rifle is very unusual. But like they're a top of the line gun manufacturer.
Oh, must be a fine make then.
Oh yes.
What was the name of it?
It's a ZXR 52C.
Do they have any fine digital scopes
Name
here?
needs work.
Yes, they do.
I would very much like to buy a scope for both my pistol and for any rifles purchased today, so I could link it to their AR glasses.
All right, before I get into that, everybody who is buying into the 4-person Jeep, which is Marcus, Twitch, and Ray, that is going to be 1,530 credits. Akron, with your discount, your buggy is going to be 1,615.
Oh wow, that's a huge discount.
Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure that's right. 15%.
Yep, that sounds right. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that much of a savings.
Yeah, you talked this guy out of 1,000 credits.
Which definitely assisted.
The ZXR rifle is vastly overpriced compared to like a normal dart rifle. If you're like quickly bringing up your compad and like checking prices.
Mm-hmm.
But it also, it also offers things that you just can't normally do with a dart rifle. Like, it's
Metal bolts.
Yeah, well, like you could potentially modify a dart rifle to fire those, but like it might damage it. This thing is like really sturdy. The biggest thing is like a standard dart rifle has a range of 60-120. This is gonna be like 80-200. It has like a smaller magazine. Like it only holds 4 instead of 6 because the darts they can hold are slightly bigger, and
Oh, so they travel through the air faster.
yeah. And it actually is like the knockout darts are capable of doing like 2d8 instead of 2d6. The Mechanica came up for tranquilizer darts. It does that amount of damage over 1d4 rounds. So like I was trying to envision something that like if you rolled poorly on, it might take a little while to knock out whatever you shot. And if you're struck with one, you can make a physical effect save to take half instead, so you could feasibly resist it if one of you guys were shot with one. But that said, like, you know, you have you have to basically do enough non-lethal damage to knock out whatever it is. So it might take a couple shots.
I have an interest in this rifle. I occasionally
but this
hunt some
specific
exotic
one,
species.
this specific one, like, the standard dart pistol has enough to potentially knock out like a normal person if you roll well with one dart. It probably takes one or two. This thing is like more likely than not to probably knock out somebody in a single shot.
What was the price on it?
The standard price of a dart rifle is $120. This is exorbitant. It is $540.
Ray's eyes increase a bit at the price. It's like, wow, it's expensive.
Yeah, it is a very, very kind of rare gun. And I will mention that the steel darts might have a different range. I haven't come up with that yet. They might be longer range. This was not something that I'd planned for.
I'm guessing this place would have pressure tents, right? I might pick one up for my room.
Yeah, you see several varieties.
What would be the encumbrance on that? Is it 2? Or...
yeah, this would be a 2.
Ray's going, I could pay for Emily's care for a month with that price.
Yeah, this is not something that most people can normally buy. Like, ZXR is super expensive.
I'll probably come up and tap Ray on the shoulder and
yes,
treat her.
Yes, mother.
Still treat her like Twitch's sister and be like, if you're going on that hunting trip, honey, you should get the best gun. And then I'll go about looking for pressure tents.
So Ray goes about buying this gun just because it's cool.
Okay. If you're putting it all in the same order, I'm going to see about giving you a 15% discount on that one too.
That would be very kind of you.
And this was the episode where Starlancer was the sales clerk and relived his days at Barnes & Noble. Yeah, that actually comes out to $459. That's a sizable discount.
$459, and I'll get the precise stats from you later, I guess.
Yeah, ammo is gonna have to be something you're gonna have to buy 2.
How much are the rounds?
We're gonna say, let me look at the base.
Are the trank
price.
darts reloadable?
Yeah. I imagine these things have to be really sturdy to be fired at such high velocities.
Well, if you destroyed the cartridge when it hit, it wouldn't deliver anything.
Yeah. So yeah, probably reloadable if you could actually find them again. If you miss, you're not gonna be able to retrieve it.
Given the kind of store it is, do they have any tagging darts?
Oh, yeah, that could work. Let me see here. Standard ammunition for just a regular gun is 10 for 20 rounds. I'm gonna say like a trank dart. It's gonna be like 30 for 20 rounds, just because of the chemical components and stuff, and that's actually probably kind of light on it. If you're looking for like a radioactive tracer round Akron, The guy's like, wow, this guy is like really serious about his hunting. Yeah, we might have a really limited stock of those. And it'll be like 10 per round. Like it pretty expensive. They don't have a whole lot of them.
Did they have 10 of them?
Yeah, like he looks really surprised that you would buy all 10, but yeah, he says you could technically, yeah, buy all of them.
All right, I'll add all 10, and I'll also make sure I want to see his finest scope for both that rifle and potentially something a little smaller.
Yeah, the finest scope, ZXR scopes are typically very top of the line as is, but there are some aftermarket ones that we could go about. He shows you to a cabinet just filled with stuff.
Which ones are digital specifically? I would need one of those, a digital scope to.
Yeah, he shows you one. Manufactured by, where are we?
And Ray is once again in the almost sub-1,000 credits margin.
By the way, Ray, you can add those 10 tracking darts to your inventory. I'm not going to carry your tracking darts around.
Make use of that new storage cabinet, I think.
Yeah, there's a scope manufactured by Ataxian Arms and Armor. It's a digital scope. It will potentially link to your AR goggles. It will be very expensive.
How expensive is very expensive?
More than most guns. Let's see here. Like 250. For that, you will basically be getting the RP bonus of the fact that you like corner shots and stuff. Like you could almost put this thing around a corner and fire using your AR goggles. Doing that would negate its +1 bonus, I think. But if you're aiming in a normal fashion, you get a +1 modifier.
That seems very, very reasonable to me, and I would definitely drop the 250. You said. Will that fit on my laser pistol, or will that only fit on the rifle?
If you take out a laser pistol, and like, can you modify it to like fit on this? He's like, you plan on hunting with that thing?
Only approved game.
He's like looking at it like, what could that little thing kill? He's like thinking big game.
I'll probably embarrassingly laugh and I'll say skeet shooting.
Yeah, we could probably modify one of these to fit on there though. It might make your weapon a little bit bulkier though. And by might I mean almost definitely. Like he's looking at it now, he's like kind of scratching his chin. He's like, I'll have to get Gary on that. He's kind of our guy in the back. It would do the same thing as the other scope, but your encumbrance would go up 1.
I will accept that. In fact, I will buy both scopes if I can.
Yeah. This is getting to be a very large order.
Given the price of the purchase, I'm going to be leaning in and be like, well, is this still count on the discount?
Guy's going, I might get a promotion today.
Yeah, like he's seeing dollar signs.
Does he get paid by the hour or by commission?
Who knows?
What would the total price be on the scopes? And then Ray can also add the
total
the
price
scope
for
to
the
it.
scopes is going to be $424 for both.
Nice. God, I'm glad we got an order on our discount. At least he's making bank here. They're getting a fair shake in character as well.
Yeah, if you guys hadn't already like argued for a discount with the vehicles. Like if you guys had started with the small shit and gone up to the big stuff, this might have been different. But starting with the big stuff and going smaller is definitely helping you. Because like they know that if they piss you off, they're gonna lose their big order.
This is a very big order at this point. You can go ahead and add that as well as your trank darts then too, Ray. The scope.
Yeah, I'm trying to combine. How many trank rounds was it? Or how many?
It's 20,
I bought
20
one,
per case, and
one case
that's
of
30
trank.
credits.
Are the
I
cars
paid that.
turnkey, or do the wait
mean,
on them, or
The tracking round, what was that?
10
Tracking
spacer
Amount.
rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got you 10 of them. The cars come with a like a security key that the guy says cannot be hacked. You would know that this is bullshit, that anything can be hacked, but it's marginally more secure than normal. It's almost exactly.
I was more after, can we drive them off the lot today, or?
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
we just paid for it.
these people cater to like rich people who want everything right now. Like you're driving the thing you're looking at right off the lot. Like if you're holding it, it's basically what you're buying. And like he he shows you what amounts to be that kind of rectangular key that I described for the hotel keys.
All right. I find it hard to believe that you can just drive it off the showroom floor per se, but
Why?
If you walk into a car dealer and you pay up front all of it, you could drive off with it.
yeah, if
Yeah.
they're out in a lot, but if they're inside, can you? I've never bought a car
They got-
inside on the showroom.
They got a door.
It's no different.
Yeah, done the same thing. They'll just drive it into the back and then drive it right out in the lot, and you're good to go.
Yeah, like they didn't assemble this thing inside.
I mean, they had to get it inside somehow anyway. So
Oh, completely unrelated note. I just noticed when I was checking my inventory. Was I able to get that power type or pack of power type B on my code, or no? Wasn't able to find one yet. Something I need to look for.
That was something that you never officially put an order in on. You were just
Okay.
talking about making a coat that could potentially integrate a Type B power cell. We never really talked about how you would go about doing that, though. So I think that's a separate
Okay.
conversation.
Absolutely fine. Just making sure. Sounds like we got our vehicles in order here. I'll probably walk up to Twitch and say once we're out of here, we can go pick up your stuff before the shipping office closes.
I'm trying to
It sounds.
fix
I
my
think Marcus
inventory.
was going to head to his arms dealer first.
That's fine.
Okay. Are you guys
Good.
all
Vehicles,
set?
We can do both.
Were you buying a like some camping supplies, Akron?
I was going to buy a pressure tint.
Okay. Pressure tent. Yeah, okay. Like I think maybe everybody will be like, "Whoa, he's got a pressure tent in his room," but that's technically more than you have right now.
Trying to fit
That will
it
be
so I can carry this
100
rifle.
credits for that.
Copy
Yeah,
that.
you get a nice composite carrying case for that rifle, by the way. It's got like a foam insert. And it has like enough space to put like one mag of trank darts in there.
Does that count as part of the 2 encumbrance or separate?
You
That's all.
can-
That's what
you
I'm
can-
trying to figure out on my sheet right now.
You could say it's part of the 2 encumbrance, but the thing is, like, you're gonna have to be carrying it around with you at
Mhm.
that point.
Right now, I have it as basically 4 encumbrance.
It has an adjustable shoulder strap. Either like the carrying container itself doesn't count for anything. You can just say you have it, like for transporting it through some sort of secured place. All right, so unless there's anything else purchased, like the guy who sold you the vehicles like ushers you all up front. Like he looks positively giddy at this point. So he's like ushered the guy who's helping Marcus with the rifles. He's like, go get Gary, get him to get them to get on this shit really quick. Like they take your laser pistol Akron to go modify while they're getting the car ready, and they tell you it's going to be like 15 minutes before they can get everything. It seems like you're like almost the only customers in the store, so like they're all just like rushing to help. They don't want to do anything to compromise this order. This is like several, like if somebody rich comes in, like this is the sort of thing that happens. But like their normal business days, like they might not sell this much. Yeah, so they bring you up to the counter, and he looks up at Akron with a grin. That will be 72.28, sir.
I will definitely hand them the credit chips and say, there you go. I already deducted the correct amounts in their sheets, correct?
Yeah, I believe Marcus only spent 15.30 for his share in the vehicle. Twitch, you only bought your share in the vehicle as well, right?
Yes.
All right, so 15.30 for you. Ray, you spent 15.30.
I deducted the amounts already.
Okay, I'm just going over it. Plus your 459.
Yep.
Akron, you spent 16.50.15. A combined let's see here. 4.24 for the scopes. And another 10 for the trank or the radioactive darts. So yeah, make sure you have all that deducted from your sheets.
I've been doing it by actually putting little negatives in rather than just changing the
Okay,
amount to
yeah.
make sure it's logged correctly.
Yeah, that works. And like he gleefully, swipes your or he gleefully moves his hand aside and lets you put your hand on the counter where you make the transaction, and it all goes through. And 15 minutes later, the vehicles are out front, all gassed up. I think there's like a conversation like, where would you like these vehicles delivered, sir? And I think you're like, we'll drive them off the lot, and they look a little bit aghast, but they're like, who cares? Just go get them gassed up and ready. Like they can't see people driving these on Centron streets, but like actually it makes more sense now than ever given the flooding. So the vehicles are, waiting out front, and your weapons are handed to you. Ray, you get it in a nice carrying case, and Akron, you get like your tent and stuff loaded up into the cargo container of your buggy. At the very end, the guy returns with your pistol, and he's like, yeah, so it should work. I got it all on there. You've got a problem with your serial number. You may want to get that looked into. And he hands it back to you, and he moves away.
I'm going to look a little clueless and go, oh dear, I bought it at an auction. I have to check into that. Thank you very much for outfitting it for me.
And to be one of those rich people to go to auctions and be like, yeah, I buy that. Yeah, I buy that. Yeah, I buy that.
Pretty much. Given the way we just walked in there and bought half the store, in case you might buy that.
Yeah. So, you've got your shit.
We're now much poorer.
Yeah, are you heading to where Marcus you had your contact information for this guy?
How are we riding, by the way? Who's in what vehicle, just if it matters at all?
That was going to be the thing I would bring up. Is we could split up. They could go pick up a package, and somebody else can ride with me and go to this.
Yeah. Do you guys want to do that?
I'll offer to shotgun with Marcus to my little 2-seater to go pick up this.
Yeah, because you wanted to ask this guy about threat assessment programs anyway, so that kind of makes sense. Twitch and Ray, you're popping in the 4-seater and taking off down towards the Dijak district, I assume.
Yes.
Okay, So, and I guess you all, resolve to meet back at the warehouse afterwards.
Yeah, I'm still
And,
trying to figure out my encumbrance.
Marcus, are you letting Akron drive his buggy?
Yes.
God help you. Yeah, so you hop into the back of the buggy, and like it's pretty loud in here. Like this is not like a noise canceling interior by any means. It's got like, a windscreen up front, and then the sides have little like little shields that kind of come down, but they're actually like, they have actual holes in them in slots and stuff. It's meant for, jungle or desert use or whatever. And you're sitting right in front of the motor, so it's pretty loud for you in the back there, Marcus.
Okay.
Akron, will you give me a vehicle land roll? I want to see how good of a driver you are with this.
Oh boy, this could be interesting. I guess it's a flat untrained versus +1 dex. So
Yeah.
Actually, it's not bad.
You're
Wow.
doing well in the 10s today.
Jesus.
It's back to those 6+4s again, man.
Yep. It's always the freaking 6+4s. Yeah, so this, like, Akron just tears out of the park, and you just hear, and it goes like a bat out of hell. It's obvious which is the more nimble, like, fast of the vehicles, although this is obviously the less comfortable of the rides. And yeah, Akron, you tear across the city streets. I'm not gonna make Twitch or Ray, whoever is driving, roll for that. I just wanted to see how Akron handled his sport utility vehicle.
oh man, if I'd have rolled it too, that would have been a interesting ride.
Yeah, like you didn't even get out of the parking lot and you hit that street light. Like they'd come out and it would have been a funny scene. So we'll do the arms dealer first. It's actually closer anyway, so it happens first. It's in an area of the city that's actually not too far away from the warehouse. It's like a couple city sectors over. You have the contact information for one Davar Hareng. You just know that he is a Riolan, and he owns some sort of shop at this address that you have been given, Marcus.
On the way over the horrible roar of the engines, I'm going to holler to Marcus and ask him if he might need to front me a few credits, but I will pay him back with 50% interest next month, if he can do that anyway.
50%.
That sounds like an opportunity, Marcus.
Man. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not opposed to that.
I'll thank him and keep on driving.
Yeah, so you're driving through the streets, and actually to get to where you're going, you have to go through like straight downtown, and like there's like this spray of water occasionally as you take like a tight corner, and like to imagine this thing, it's like a really long, thin vehicle. It's got two sets of wheels, but each set has actually like two wheels next to each other for like additional performance. And like the whole vehicle leans a little bit whenever you like lean into a turn. It's like surprisingly stable. But like there's several traffic lights that you stop at, and like you're riding so low that you're like below the window level of a lot of cars, and then the ones that you're not, like you are getting so many stares. Like this thing is so loud, they just hear like the idling motor, and they look over and they just see this thing that like belongs in some sort of post-apocalyptic movie. And like apparently the people here aren't realizing that they're living in some sort of post-apocalypse. Yeah, and you eventually make your way through downtown into the address, but you get a lot of stares.
It might be worth noting I'll probably have my IR goggles fired up with the traffic patterns on the map ahead of me. Traffic to avoid the bad traffic.
Yeah, this particular one doesn't have like the nice like infrared night vision screen that the 4-wheel one has, or the 4-seater one has, but you've got like kind of like an integrated driver assist thing that you can do with your AR goggles.
Oh, cool.
If you want to like modify your thing so it can actually do infrared later, that's certainly something you could potentially do for your vehicle. And yeah, you pull up and it's actually in kind of like a not necessarily a bad area of town, just like one that nobody goes to willingly. This is like you get the occasional like pawn shop. There's like a strip club down the side. Like that's the only source of any sort of actual interest in this entire block. And down a couple nondescript kind of or between a few nondescript sets of buildings, there's your address. Like you pull up, and it just says Devar's Emporium, and like you kill the engine. And I think Marcus, like, it's really weird for you for the first minute to not have like your inner eardrums vibrating. And like maybe you're like a little seasick almost as you step out of the vehicle, like you're wobbling almost, like it's like it was really noisy back there.
Like move the jaw all around a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll still probably be talking too loud.
And yeah, you guys walk in. It didn't look like a terrible neighborhood. Like it reminds you of that neighborhood that you guys stayed in at Twitch's, but not nearly as bad.
I know
just...
exactly what part of town this is in Atlanta.
Yeah, okay. It's like it's like on the edge of the industrial section.
I know exactly what part of town that is in LA.
So you walk in, and you're greeted with kind of like an acrid tinge to the air. It smells like smoke. There is a short, fat, a little Carthan, like surprisingly small, just kind of browsing some shelves. This looks sort of like a pawn shop, but like it wasn't advertised as one. Like there's just like a lot of random kind of general things here. And there's a counter at the back with with a barred kind of entrance to it.
So who's at the counter or the whatever again?
Oh, if you go up to the counter, there's kind of a young woman standing there, and she's like boredly reading a compad. She looks up. She's like smacking a piece of gum as you walk up. What can I do for you?
Hi, sweetie. I'm looking for Devar.
She gives you like an obvious like up and down, like she raises her eyebrows. And like she literally studies you for just like a few seconds before even giving like the faintest effort to actually like really answering your question. He's like, yeah, Dav's in the back. He expecting you?
I don't know, is he?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, well, good then.
So like I assume you just you give your name or whatever.
Yeah.
You kind of go by.
Was there also an intermediary contact too? I think you said something about another guy.
Yeah.
Might like throw his name or something.
Let's see here. Telrin is Oliver's friend. He's the one that referred you to this guy. If you drop that name, her eyes get a little bit wide. She's like, oh, and she presses a button. Why didn't you say so, hon? And she like a side door kind of buzzes open, and like basically there's a door to the back section of the shop, and then there's a side door that leads to like the counter area. So like even if you're let back in here, you can't necessarily get behind the counter. And once you're let in there, it shuts, and she buzzes you. It's like a three-way kind of airlock almost, and she buzzes you into the back. In the back of the shop, It's a lot more clean, a lot more evenly laid out. There are weapons on the walls, of many different sorts. There's shelves containing just a lot of different kind of military looking equipment. There's some computers equipment in the back there, Akron, that probably catches your eye. And at a desk very close by the door, somebody who's apparently using a compad to talk to somebody is this really large, like almost pink furred Riolan, like substantially larger than you've ever seen any Riolan. He looks like surprisingly muscular. He holds up one of his little tentacle things, like, I'll be with you in a minute, and he's like, finishing his conversation. You're basically allowed to kind of look around for a minute or so. What are you interested in, Marcus?
I'm gonna look around. He's on a comm right now.
Yeah, like you can hear him talking to somebody, like kind of muffled. Looks like he has some sort of like privacy field up.
Yeah.
Given
I'm
this is
looking
a wet.
for. I'm just gonna like look around the room, kind of maybe walk around a little bit and look for, like a personal shield, and then some.
Yeah.
Given this is a weapon store, is there any ear protection like you would wear at a firing range?
You don't see any ear protection like lying about like at a firing range. If you're looking for like some sort of range to test weapons, you see a pair of like railings kind of at the back of the shop, and if you kind of look around like a set of boxes, you see some stairs heading downwards, kind of unobtrusively.
I'll make note of it. I might ask them later. I'm basically looking to get ear protection so we don't lose our minds riding in the buggy.
So you are looking for a personal shield, a combat field uniform.
Sure.
Was there anything else?
More like ammunition after that. Nothing particular.
Ammo
I got like
getting...
rifle ammo and pistol ammo on the list. And
I vaguely recall
grenades.
something about grenades. Okay.
I'm going to definitely speak to them about the turret program, and also might casually ask them if they ever get anything special in quotes, and be very vague about what I mean by that.
All right, here, just looking some stuff up. Yeah, combat field uniform is a very, very good choice. And same with the personal shield. Okay, so after a few minutes, the Riolan wanders up to you, Marcus, as you're studying this personal shield, and he has to use a translator to talk with you, but out of the translator you get a very good choice. You know your protective gear. He extends a like a tendril to you.
all right, I'll take that. Shake it a little bit. Kind of gingerly. Not entirely certain what to do with this appendage, but sure.
Yeah, it's kind of like they use them as legs, but they're not jointed. They're like, they're kind of tentacles that kind of are stiff. And yeah, like he shakes your hand like really strongly. Devar Hreng. Telrin said you were referred to me by a friend.
Yeah, I'm looking to purchase some better equipment. something a little more professional.
Well, you have definitely
And,
come to the right place, my friend. Professional is the name of the game here.
So does this shield? This is stopping projectiles and energy weapons.
Yes, most definitely. Almost anything that you can imagine, short of vehicle grade weaponry, you can most assuredly stop with this thing. I have one myself. A mite a bit expensive, given how they are hard to find and harder to maintain. But for you, easily doable, since you are a friend of a friend of a friend.
Kind of out of character. What do you mean by maintain? Is that going to be a thing that happens?
I'm thinking like after a session where you've actually used it, or maybe just once a month, we'll roll like a post-tech roll, and if you don't succeed on it, like you'll have to buy maybe replacement parts.
Karen would offer to assist you with it, I believe.
Notably, shields are listed as 100 credits in the default book. I am actually kind of playing these is a little bit harder to come by and more expensive. Like, there's not a whole lot in the rest of the book that makes me think that shields are a big thing. Like, they're not even really a thing in Starship Combat almost. So it didn't really make sense to me that like just something like this could be really easy and like cheap to come by when you don't have typical shields for starships. So
it prevents the problem of everybody of us would want one if they were $100.
Yeah. He's basically got a data pad and he just kind of taps something in, like he's marking it down on your list. Like he's not so crass as to go into price. Out of that, or out of character, it's going to be 300.
All right.
So not terribly more expensive, but a little bit more. Yeah, and he, you walk him over to the combat field uniform that you prefer. Like there's a selection. You can picture the lighter to medium kind of armors from Mass Effect almost, is that sort of bit.
Yeah.
These are not the things that you can definitely hide, but
not quite Master Chief, but
no, it's not.
Kind of in that vein though.
Yeah.
Maybe kind of ODST.
Yeah, very very similar. And he nods at your choice. I think you probably noticed he has like a really nice selection of different manufacturers here, and where did that go? The Nodomo Combine, known as the NC, based out of Sector 5, is a very kind of prestigious long manufacturing producer of personal armor. And you've got your combat field uniform. That is 1,000 credits. There's actually going to be a discount for that since you're a friend of a friend. I think that's going to be like 800 instead. And you just broached the topic of ammo and grenades. Ammo, how much are you buying?
I'm buying the book suggests like packs of 20.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say that's like a little case. So 10 cases of pistol.
Ooh,
rounds,
yeah.
10 cases of
Oh,
rifle
bulk.
rounds.
This is for your storage.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
supply for a little while.
He nods.
I almost kind of want to do that, just sort of offhandedly, like, oh yeah, give me 10 of those and 10 of those. And...
Yeah. Okay. So.
So Marcus, your compad rings.
Oh, hang on just a second. I gotta take this.
Certainly, sir.
Hey, you at that guy's place yet?
You know, it says.
It's
What-
Ray.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what's up?
See if you can get me one of those what are they, armored vest things.
Oh, you mean the ballistic vests? Get me one too.
You hear somebody lean over in the side of the Jeep, like, yeah, grab me a burger too. Instead of a burger, it's a ballistic
It's a
vest.
body armor.
I'm good for it. I'll pay you. Can I wire it now? Does that work that way?
Yeah, you can absolutely make a personal transaction from your compad to his compad.
How much are they? That was in the custom.
300. 300
Yeah.
per base price.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll see what I can find here.
Alright.
I'll like
Alright.
stay on the line and kind of peer around and see if I can spot some of those.
Yeah, there's definitely several, like from Defiance Industries.
While you guys are talking ammunition, I do have one question first. In the book, I was reading, and it does say energy weapons use Type B power cells. I know before you were saying the laser pistol used a Type A. So does the laser pistol still use a Type A?
If you look under power cells, Type A power cells are usually used for personal equipment. Type B cells are used for vehicles and heavy gear. If you go to the energy weapon section,
It says energy weapons on page.
That's under
40, or
that's
Type
under
B power
gunnery
cells?
weapons.
That's-
cars.
Oh, it's gunnery weapons. Okay.
if you go to energy weapons on page 38, the energy weapons page, Type A
Ah.
power cells.
Yeah.
Type
gunnery
B is-
weapons
that
would be
makes
like,
sense.
like a heavy E-web blaster
Yeah.
or something like that from Star Wars.
Yeah, the question is, do they have Type A power cells here since we're going in on ammunition?
Absolutely.
then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Think how many
mean-
stores you can buy double A's in.
It's hard to get them before because of the storms and
Yeah,
stuff. So
yeah.
I'm thinking I might pick up a few.
That's true.
So
Yep, thanks, Akari. Or Marcus.
if you guys are transferring him money, it's actually only going to be 200 a pop for you guys, because of the friendly
that's
neighborhood
wonderful.
discount.
That's wonderful.
200 it is.
Grenades. Are you just getting standard grenades?
What does he have available?
That's a good question. Let me look at the grenade list. He definitely has gas grenades, frag grenades. He has a very limited supply of plasma, which he kind of like. He gives you a very kind of. Of course, you know these are highly illegal warning. There's smoke grenades as well, and yeah. He said he's all out of incendiaries. He could put them on order.
What a pity.
Oh, and yeah, he also has some stun grenades in the back. Pretty much everything there, but EMP and incendiary. And plasma will be very limited.
I'm gonna do at least 10 frag grenades and kind of look at Akron. What do you think about maybe gas or stun grenades?
I'm going to be very approving of stun grenades and gas grenades. I'm going to say the best jobs don't leave a lot of bodies after all. I'm going to point out, if we're going to buy gas grenades, or more gas grenades, it might be a good idea for all of us to get look into buying at least a breather unit, a rebreather for each one of us.
All right, so what are your final purchases? I gotta try to hurry this up so we don't leave
Right.
Twitch and Ray out in the cold.
I need to know the prices on the stuff, too.
Yeah, it's not that
you're,
cold out.
You're,
It's quite
you're
tropical.
buying rebreathers. Let's see here.
Type A batteries. I wondered how many can I buy here? And also the turret software was the other reason I came here.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. Type A.
Batteries
Cool.
are a thing you can. Yeah, power cells are a thing you can get. Just like
Yeah, you can. Well, you couldn't really get them on Dellen because of the emergency. You can certainly buy as many as you want here.
Okay.
Is it just me or do they not have a rebreather?
It's there.
Where is it?
I was looking at it before. It's under equipment.
I don't see it.
Atmo filter.
Oh, okay.
I know I picked one up. I have one stored in the warehouse, but I think everybody should probably have one. Should pick
It
up
says
four
it
more.
filters out toxins, but then it says in the description that you can mount a bottle to it to bring
Yeah.
oxygen.
Are you grabbing one of those, Marcus? They're 100 credits. I don't know if you want to grab into that or not. If you're going to be using gas.
a rebreather.
Yeah.
Atmos filter is what they call them here.
Up
Well,
to
think about that
6.
real quick.
Okay.
What I'm
Yeah,
gonna
up to
do-
6 hours of oxygen, 1 encumbrance.
Okay. I'm gonna do the shield, the combat uniform, 10 rounds pistol ammo, 10 rounds rifle ammo, or 10
Yeah.
cases.
10 frags.
Let's do 10 frags, 10 gas, 10 stun grenades. Are the prices different on those, actually?
Yeah. Do you have the link to the supplementary equipment is in the channel description? If you go down to primitive weapons and unarmed, I have all the grenades listed there.
Oh, are the prices in there? Okay.
Yeah. The most expensive one in there is gas. It's 50.
They don't have
well,
incendiary grenades, do they?
No. The most expensive that they have there is gas, aside from plasma.
The way you all talk, it sounds like my typical entry into a Fallout store.
Yeah.
Give me all the ammo you got. Give me all the. Here's some guns. Got any grenades?
This is like your first major purchasing session, though. So.
I'm done purchasing. I have like very little credits left.
All right. So while you're thinking about that, Akari, we'll deal with Akron.
Yeah.
So Akron, you approach him and what do you say? Like I'm interested in target acquisition software, like threat assessment computers. What?
I'm going to approach him and ask him if he has any replacement motherboards for a Type 11X Sentry turret.
He looks at you like with a raised eyebrow. He's like 11X. Not the 11X, but we've got the let's see here. We've got a Duratech Technologies Mark III. Would that work?
I'm going to mull it over for a moment and I'll nod. I think that might be able to make it function again, and I'll say, how much would that cost?
So you're buying a replacement motherboard for it?
Yep, I'm hoping that would have the code that I would need to start working with it.
Yeah, 200.
Okay, I'm going to slap down the 200 credits and thank him for doing business with me.
Yep. Do you have your grenades, Akari?
Yeah, I'm gonna do 10 frag, 10 stun, and 5 gas grenades.
Okay. Stun are 30.
Should be 800 total.
Yeah, okay. All right, so for all of your purchases, Marcus, he is asking. $2,000 credits.
spend a whole lot of time trying to haggle with him, but I will kind of just do a quick check for it and see maybe.
Yeah, sure.
You can do maybe like a persuade check or something.
Yeah, that'd definitely be it. Yeah, he'll bring it down to 1800.
Sweet. Got yourself a deal, sir.
He's very pleased. He makes sure to give you his personal contact number in case you need anything, in a jiffy. Like he basically implies that he has some guys that make personal deliveries should an emergency arise.
When he does that, I'm going to hand him another one of my data chips with my contact information and tell him if he ever gets anything unique or interesting in stock to drop me a line. And
do you mention distortion weapons?
If he asks me if anything interesting, I'll be, anything historically interesting like distortion technology or. I like to
he actually like you hear like a hish 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 like that. That's the Riolan version of a laugh. It's not being translated, and he's like, if one of those comes in, you'll be the first to know.
I will thank him very much and throw my package under my arm and wait for a car to wrap up. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Marcus.
And we got what, 2 extra body vests?
Yeah. He makes sure that you have those, and he basically summons somebody to help you lug everything out.
Load up, yeah.
Yeah.
One other thing right before we leave, and that'll be it. I'll just kind of drop some information that, if you know of any jobs requiring professionals of our nature, we'd also, be interested in that kind of information. If you ever get that sort of thing.
From the stance that he takes, like he's like, yes, absolutely. I can definitely appreciate someone who is most peculiar about their equipment purchasing. You could be the type that I could recommend. And yeah, he will definitely keep an eye out for you. I'm adding that to your list of contacts.
Okay, cool. We're all done here. Marcus can sleep a little easier tonight knowing that he's now well armed again.
Yeah, like armed enough for a small battalion. All right.
He doesn't have a rocket launcher yet.
Not yet. So yeah, you load everything up into the back of the buggy and head off. Twitch and Ray. It takes you like over an hour to get there on buggy. Like the streets are fairly congested. By the time you get to the Dijak district, where Twitch's apartment is, you're basically rolling through like a foot worth of water in some places. Some places are more dry than others, obviously.
Doesn't look good for your apartment, Twitch.
Yeah, it was on short-term rent anyways.
Like out of the corner of your eye, Twitch, you spot like something swimming in the muddy water, like outside of a drain. Maybe you cringe a little bit. Like what on earth has the tide dragged in? What on Centron's many seas has been brought into your neighborhood? Who knows? Yeah, and like you hear the occasional gunshot from the surrounding neighborhoods. You would know from the news that like the riots are not nearly as bad as they were, and they're not very frequent. There was some substantial looting at times, and like the Dijak district is like right on the edge of where things got really bad. Like it wasn't destroyed, but like the neighborhood past the neighborhood over is like partially underwater, and some buildings collapsed.
Right.
You see the occasional gang just kind of lurking on a street corner because they have like nothing else to do. You guys go to the what was it? The Exaris Multistellar shipping office.
Yes.
Yeah, I think.
So yeah, I think you notice like a slightly increased police presence in the neighborhood. Far more than you're normally used to, Twitch. Like you see some officers walking down a street. Like it doesn't even really necessarily look like they're on patrol. Like they're walking somewhere. You see the occasional car, not necessarily patrolling. Like it seems like they're going somewhere. Sirens aren't on or anything. I don't know if you would infer this to be in result of the storm or whatever. Maybe the area just needs an increased police protection to like deter crime.
Seems that way. I mean, if there were a lot of riots there, they want to try to hold that down.
So you just drive up to the Exaris offices. It's like a very big kind of shipping depot that basically services the surrounding boroughs. It's like a kind of a multi-floor affair.
All right, Twitch. What do you want me to pick up?
I give her the shipping ID and confirmation number that I have. It shouldn't be a very big box. It's just parts and a holo projector for Max.
You want to sign me an authorization slip anyway?
Yeah.
Under whatever name you put this under?
Yeah, that's something we need to address. Twitch, what name did you order these under?
Did I get the... It was an anonymous gift card, and I went over my name. So let's go with, one Maxwell Gaines.
Maxwell Gaines.
Maxwell
Okay.
Gaines. Okay.
Is that the same identity? Like I'm trying to, like you've been really frugal with giving us your name. I'm not trying to get your real name, but is that the same identity that you got your apartment with?
Yes.
Okay. So you park outside, like right outside the depot?
If there's space there. I
Yeah.
imagine it's just a quick pickup type thing.
Yeah, like your right two tires are a little bit submerged, but this thing is fairly high off the ground. It looks like a lot of people are kind of avoiding this place. Like, just maybe they don't want to come to this neighborhood while it's in this state. Probably not a busy day for the mail. Who knows? There's like there's the occasional parked car or van or whatever kind of applies on the road nearby, but it's not very busy at all. You don't see a whole lot of cars passing by, and you see like a police car like turn right and go up the street. You're just hopping out, Ray?
Yep.
Okay. So
I'll
so you go.
stay here and watch the car. I mean, it seems to be a good police presence, but you know, it is a brand new car, so.
Yeah. So
I
so
leave
like,
my ZXR Limited like propped up next to Twitch.
like in like the back seat, kind of between the seats, like coming
I
up
take
over
the submachine gun with me, but I leave
okay,
the
is
ZXR behind.
that under your coat?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll put it that way, I guess. I mean, it's not obviously there, but if you look, you probably see it. But,
yeah. Like
I
that
put
sort of
her-
thing.
I put her rifle
I mean,
out
it's a
of sight
sidearm
on the floor.
So
Yeah, that sort of thing is on the bare edge of legality here, and this is a bad neighborhood. So like,
it's
somebody-
a bad neighborhood, and shit.
if
Probably
somebody
went down
wanted to
recently,
cause
so.
if somebody wanted to cause trouble for you, they might like be able to. But you know, you wouldn't actually do any time or anything, and like you doubt anybody working at this shipping depot wouldn't understand.
Mhm.
They probably all pack or something. Max
As
climbs
it
up
is right
onto
now,
the
they
dashboard.
probably all got guns themselves.
Yeah, Max climbs up onto the dashboard and just kind of looks around outside the front windshield as you get out. And you go inside.
Mhm.
It's really not busy on the inside. There's like no other customers. There's one person behind the desk.
So I approach the service counter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a man there. He's kind of clean cut. He's got a short cut hair, like neatly done, cleanly shaven. Kind of an athletic build. It's fairly nondescript. Fairly nice, not nice clothes, but like clean tailored clothes, whatever. He looks up from something and looks out of the window. What can I do for you, miss?
Yes. Hello. I'm here to pick up a shipment for Maxwell Gaines. And I give him the tracking number and stuff.
He looks at you, like he looks down at the tracking number, looks back up at you. Maxwell Gaines.
I have a signed authorization slip.
You do?
And I present it to him.
Can I see that?
Yeah. I had Cloud sign it right
Okay.
before we came out here. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to run this through the database just to make sure everything's authenticated. One moment. And so he turns and he takes your slip and he runs it. You can't really see what he's doing particularly. Like it's the standard kind of counter. It's like chest high, but the counter itself is a little bit lower. So it's like to give the person behind privacy. Let's see here. Akron, about this time, you get a beep on your compad.
I will touch my arm where my compad is held up and transfer it over to my AR glasses.
Have you like driven back to the warehouse, or are you at the zoo, like where you or are you gonna meet people there or what?
I figured we were all headed back to the warehouse.
Okay, so
that's where I was headed.
You've probably made it back to the warehouse by now. Yeah, there's kind of like a blinking message that says it's just like trying to grab your attention. You recognize it as like Sarah bringing up something that could be potentially relevant.
I will be very interested in seeing what she has to say. Smile a bit that she's bringing anything up at all, and
yeah, like it seems like she's taking some initiative. Like she's been taking initiative more and more lately. So it pops up to the news, and then it like flips through several headlines, and it goes to that headline about the ambassador that had been murdered. That was like all over the second page or whatever. Like Comet is probably not going to be displaced for some time on the news. And it talks about how police have leads, like forensic leads on who murdered him, and that there's some sort of investigation in the way. And it was really surprising that that this was actually foul play, like it looked like an accident. So like this is the story that you saw earlier. Well, apparently there's a following story that that's like just breaking down from sources. It seems a suspect has been identified in the cases, and we have learned more about the killing of I think it was Kavar. What was his name? Yeah, Kavar Alaxi, the ambassador from Lys to Hedeno. We learned that he is from sources inside the security bureau that he may have been the victim of a serial killer, and like the news is like very shocked by this, and they're talking about how there's basically this kind of manhunt underway for whoever did this. and they are pursuing leads, and they're talking about like right now where like this just in a reporter is like in an air car like following a band of police cars moving through like some slum districts of the city, and the reporter is talking about how there appears to be some sort of action in the case, and I think there's a moment where your stomach drops because you get an aerial view of like at first you don't recognize it. You see that convenience store that you stopped in to get those Instaburgers from. And then the camera's panning and you see police cars like just in various tactical vehicles parked all over this partially flooded street, and you're getting an aerial view of the apartment building where you stayed at Twitch's, and there are people just going through all of the rooms in all of the buildings there, and it looks like they've actually like there are people inside of Twitch's apartment, like they've booted down the door, and like it's like a full raid in progress inside the Dijak district, and you get that information on your compad.
I am going to basically swipe to share that information and pass it to everybody's compad. Like it should, so it's like a news alert type thing. And I'll probably drop Twitch a private message, saying he hope he hid anything that might not want seen now.
Yeah, so Twitch, you get a private message from Akron and a link to a video. Which do you access first?
The message.
So what did you specifically tell him, Akron?
Hope you didn't have anything sitting out in your apartment that you didn't want seen.
And I assume you of course like follow the link, and yeah, you see kind of various camera angles of your apartment building basically being raided by multiple security agencies from the Centron City. Like you see SWAT there, and they're just pouring over the entire apartment complex. I think it cuts to another angle, and they're like, this just in, several apprehensions have been made in conjunction with the case, and you see an image of several people being led out of a warehouse. There's like a really like busty female Carthan whose top is like come off, and like the censoring program is basically activated right now, and she's being put in the back of a car. There's this really big dark-skinned human being led into the back of the car. You see like in the background there's two police officers fighting with like the most surly Riolan you've ever seen. Like he apparently has a knife in his hand, and they're basically restraining him on the ground. And you recognize Rhoda being led out of his warehouse in cuffs, and he looks absolutely like distraught and terrified. His eyes are wide, like he has no idea what is going on.
Oh hell!
Inside the shipping warehouse, you get a beep on your compad, Ray, as you're waiting for this guy to finish with his authentication. It seems like it's taking a long time.
Sir, does it normally take this long? I kick a glance at the compad.
He looks up with a glance. If you'll just hold on one moment, miss. There seems to be some problems with the database. You know, the flood and all. You understand.
All right. So as I was sitting there, I like to glance at the compad message.
Yeah, you see everything that I just described. Of course, you wouldn't know who Rhoda is, but you recognize Twitch's apartment, and it's like just a block and a half from here, maybe 2 at most.
Okay.
What do you do? I'm gonna say, Twitch, you notice a couple cars pulling into your rear view, like on the same road, but they're fairly far away, and there's a couple other cars ahead.
Okay. I'm going to calm Ray. Leave her a message to forget it and just leave.
It's kind of like, but what? We're almost there.
You notice, you notice the guy is like kind of glancing nervously at you, and he's got his hand on a brown like plastic package. Like it's like it's not like total plastic. It's a composite. And you recognize it's like a shipping package.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like he's taken it out, and he's basically been giving you the business of like, I can't hand this over to you yet until this is cleared. It's on the table behind the counter with his hand on it, and he's like, now that you're kind of in a different state of awareness, you notice his eyes are a little bit kind of on edge almost.
Which is
I'm on a tight schedule here. I have other places I have to be.
Oh, of course, Miss. We just need to make sure that this gets to the proper person.
Twitch's phone's beeping. I'm sending him text messages asking when he'll be back because we need to get to the zoo if we don't want to get beat out on our
Look,
job.
I gave you an authorization slip. It matches what's on your package.
You
what
see
seems
his
to be the
hand
problem?
start to go down beneath the counter, like the other hand, like ever so slowly. What do you do?
I asked him what seems to be the problem. Just a simple pickup.
I told you, Miss. I have to make sure this gets to the right person. You have told me you are not Maxwell Gaines. About this time, a car has gone past the like it's an unmarked car, like it's just kind of a standard dark car, has gone past the office, Twitch, and has gone around like the corner and parked. Another
So,
2 cars have basically parked.
Can I roll
behind you.
bureaucracy?
Sure. Why not?
This is kind of red tapey. Would that be intelligence? Charisma?
Whatever you want to argue for.
I'll go intelligence. Doesn't make any difference, still +1. But...
Yeah, so that's a success. Like you make the argument that that it shouldn't be taking this long. I have the proper forms and stuff, and he can't seem to come up with an appropriate answer to explain why. And he's looking extremely nervous at this point. And I think yeah, he just draws a gun from behind the counter, and he says, "Freeze where you are. Hands on the counter."
I kind of take a step back. Hey, wait, what's going on?
I said freeze, but he's obviously clearly nervous. He's got his gun up. He's trying to lean over to it seems like he has some sort of communication device. And it looks like he's trying to access it while still maintain a lock on you, basically.
I don't see what the problem is, sir. I gave you the proper forms. Just standing there, sort of.
I'm
yeah.
gonna notice that Ray isn't responding to my comms anymore, and I'm gonna get out of the car to go in.
Okay. Yeah. So you get out. Max kind of gives you a distressed noise. You head straight into the building.
I put Max in my backpack first.
Okay, yeah, you put him in your backpack. You notice, like 2 people coming from like down the sidewalk, just kind of in your direction. Human, dark clothes. They don't look particularly enthusiastic. You can't see their hands. You walk into the building.
Yeah.
So Ray, you're in there, and this guy has actually come out from around the counter, like, and is pointing the gun at you, and he's basically ordering you up against the wall.
How far away is he?
About 5 feet.
Can I attempt to tackle the gun out of his hand?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I try it.
Yeah,
I
so
don't know how that works.
he's really on edge. But I think you clearly have the initiative to start this. So, yeah, this would be an unarmed attack.
-1. What's his?
His AC. His AC is. Isn't that different against unarmed? Let me look.
AC 9 for someone who doesn't have. Well, at least that's the standard. I don't know what it is for unarmed. I have a -1 in because I'm not trained in it.
Let me look up the unarmed skill really quickly. Unlike other forms of weaponry, practitioner of unarmed can add their combat unarmed skill to their damage roll as well as their hit roll. That's something to note. Characters with unarmed 2 are so good that they can injure targets in powered armor, blah blah blah. Yeah, so AC is 7.
Yes, 6. Nope. 18.
Yeah, you get really close, but like you end up in like a glancing blow with him, and the gun goes off and shoots the ceiling. Twitch, you hear a gunfire from the inside of this building as you're walking into the the entryway, and you see Ray struggling with this guy with a gun. Will you please roll me initiative, both of you?
Initiative, that's just dex bonus, right?
Yeah, it's 1d8 plus dex modifier.
Of course.
Oh wow,
Both rolled 1.
that's really unfortunate.
Of course it is.
Do you guys want to roll off, or do you just want to determine who's going first?
I guess I will. Unless Ray says otherwise.
Yeah, I guess you can go first.
Alright, so Assailant goes first. He points his pistol at you, Ray. and it looks like he's about to fire, and then he sees like Twitch standing in the doorway, and his eyes widen, and instead he fires at you, Twitch.
Oh,
Like he seems to recognize you as soon as he sees you. Yeah, but he misses. I guess you duck at the right time, and it just like smacks into the wall behind you.
You didn't roll. It didn't add Cloud's AC, but yeah, it was still miss.
Still a miss.
Yeah, yeah.
It would be +6, but
I was gonna ask after. Yeah, go ahead.
oh, it's my turn now.
Yep.
I want to. He's not moving, right? Because he's in.
No,
close
he's like
combat
in.
with-
Yeah, he's basically like right in front of Ray, but
Okay.
he's taking a shot at you,
Uh,
and you basically just hear him yelling like, "He's here! He's here!"
pain in the ass, but I'm going to try to telekinetically disarm him.
Okay. I think I get a mental save for that. Is that what's right?
Yes.
He fails it.
I throw his pistol across the room.
Yeah, so like he looks surprised as his gun gets jerked out of his hands, and it smacks into the wall like across the room from you. Are you moving further into the room, or are you staying in the doorway?
My God, this is getting far out of hand, Ray. It shouldn't have been nearly this kind of trouble.
You didn't tell me it was this kind of trouble.
It's not supposed to be this kind of trouble.
So I take it you're not moving.
Oh yeah,
So-
I'm gonna rush up to Ray or try to.
Okay.
I don't know how long
Yeah,
how far away
that's
that
what I
is.
was. That's just what I was asking.
Okay.
Ray, your turn.
I cover this guy with my SMG, and then I start going for Cloud's or for Twitch's package.
So you cover him and don't say anything, and you just start going
Stay
around
where
him.
you are, and this won't have to go any further.
He's sweating. His hands are by his, like kind of up. And
I'm sidling around toward where I saw the package, but
Yeah. You can get there, and grab it while keeping your gun on him. Assailant does nothing this round. Like he backs into the like there's basically kind of a glass front kind of window. He backs up to that almost with his back to it. You hear running and shouting outside. Like you hear some sort of scuffle. And like the guy looks out the window, and that's the end of his turn. Twitch, it is your go. Ray has grabbed a package from the counter. This guy is backed up against the wall. You hear some shit outside.
They apparently think that I'm guilty of something that I did not commit. It's probably related to these psychic killings that are about, but we have to go.
Alright, so I grab the package and start making my way toward the door with Twitch, I guess.
There's probably more outside. I don't know how we're gonna get out of here, though.
Yeah, so you guys make your way to the door. Like the
And
the
peek
guy
out.
is just kind of standing there. You see one guy like looking inside of your Jeep, and another guy is standing next to him, covering him with a submachine gun. And as soon as you peek out, he like sees you and his eyes go wide. And he yells and he points in your direction.
Whose turn is it?
As far as I'm concerned, Ray moved over there.
And peeked out.
Yeah, Ray moved over there and peeked out.
They're looking at the Jeep, Twitch.
Yeah.
Just bought this thing.
You guys are in the corner, or you guys are behind the door, so you're getting cover. Let's see here. Twitch, you're behind Ray, so Ray, you're like looking out the front. What is your AC?
Being as I would probably still have the leather jacket, 6, and it doesn't take any effect against ballistics of Tech 3 or higher. So effectively AC 8.
Whew, that's really lucky.
Wow.
Yeah, a submachine gun, like just it goes off and it hits the glass right next to you and it shatters. Like the other guy is basically not shooting at you; he's just like laying down fire in your direction. The guy who's inside with you is like, "Jeez," or he's just like, "What are you guys doing? I'm still in here!" And he's diving to the ground. Yeah.
Who the
your
fuck
turn,
did
Twitch.
you call?
Your turn, Twitch.
This was just supposed to be a simple pickup.
I know! I want to disarm the guy who has the SMG.
All right. Are you keeping track of your PowerPoints, by the way?
He doesn't need
I
to
don't
use
use
it
any
for that.
remote manipulation.
Oh yes, that's nice. Yeah. Let's see here. He resists, and you try to pull it out of his hand, and like he tugs forward a few feet, and he's like, "Holy shit! They were right."
Well, good job.
Ray.
Well, I don't think I have anything that's...
You have a submachine gun.
Yeah, but I didn't really want to kill anybody.
They appear to be trying to kill you.
Yeah. I guess I shoot the guy that fired on me.
Yeah, he's got AC 7. It was just supposed to be a simple 250 XP.
7, I have a +3 because of burst firing. 12. Miss.
Yeah, you actually, like, one of the bullets glances off the back of, off of your newly acquired vehicle.
I just bought this thing.
The other two hit the street, and like both guys like dive down. One of them like rolls out of the way, and the other guy, he like he hits the pavement, and he's almost half submerged in water.
I want to take cover behind the doorway, unless it's like glass or something.
Okay. Yeah, you can take cover behind the doorway. Are you doing anything else? The guy
not my
who.
turn. I was saying that from the last turn.
Yeah, well, like I'm saying, like the guy who you guys disarmed, he's getting up and he's running into the back of the building.
I'll let him.
Yeah, okay. We can remove him from the initiative order. Twitch, one of these guys has like his cuff up to his mouth, and he seems to be yelling something, while the other guy is lining up some sort of other shot.
Are they moving?
Like they're basically kind of like taking cover. Like one of the guys is taking cover behind your vehicle, and the other guy is taking cover like behind a garbage can by the street.
I want to pick up the guy who's on the phone and throw him into the guy with the SMG.
Ooh.
With telekinetic press. It can't hit a mobile target, but if they're not moving. Psychic strength increases this level, if not his degree of control. Objects can still only be manipulated as if one hand. Up to 200 kilograms can be lifted or force exerted as if strength 18.
Hmm.
That cost me, I think, 3 power points. Let me look.
Is it? It's not 2?
It is level 2, but costs 3 power points.
Okay. Yeah, let's see here. We're only gonna roll for this one guy. Yeah, he fails. You smack him into his buddy, and like they're basically both behind your vehicle now, but you see like legs kind of intertangled, and like you hear like a painful thump.
Come on, Ray, gotta get to the car. With the chance.
So I guess
So-
we run for the car.
Yeah, you run out there, and like Twitch is basically just has his movement to expend. Ray, you have an action after you move. You get over there, and you see both of these guys like kind of lying, like on top of each other, like trying to disentangle. There's like one of them has dropped his gun. You don't even see the other gun, like maybe it's underneath the car, and they're trying to get up. You hear a shout from up the street, by the way.
Is Twitch in the car or not?
I got in my seat
He's
when I
like
moved
he's like getting to the car. Like he's basically to the car now.
So I jump
you're-
in the car and start it. I don't know how this thing runs. I guess it's gas, but
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you can start it. Okay. All right, so the two guys like behind the truck are like arguing. One of them's trying to stand up, but it seems like he can't find his gun. And like I assume you're just trying to floor it.
well, once Twitch is in, yeah.
Yeah, he gets in. Like the door's not even really completely shut, but like yeah, you put pedal to the metal.
Yeah.
And you throw the package in the back.
I throw it to Twitch. I'm like,
on
all
the
this for a fucking little package.
I know, right? I don't think it's the package that they're talking about, though. I think they got me pinned for something else. As we're pulling away, I want to use remote manipulation to take the guy's radio.
You cannot see it.
Okay, I'll take the SMG that's on the ground.
Yeah. So, you can't see it until you guys back away, but I think you can see it like once you've actually driven away, like it was actually under the car. I'll let you make a roll for that. But actually, it's not going to be a roll so much. Let me see here. Do you have a distance on that? It's just as long as you can see it.
If I can see it with my unaided vision.
Okay. Yeah. You drag it like it's like scraping against the pavement for the first few feet, but then it like flies through the air. You see like two people rounding a corner and running like towards where you guys were, and they see you both in the car. Rolling initiative from them now.
Before
The guy,
backup.
yeah, the guys that you left, only one of them has a gun, so his friend's not going to get to add to his roll. Need to look up to see what I said the armor class of a buggy was. 5. Ooh, yeah, he actually scores a hit on the buggy with his pistol.
Do bars of any sort of damage reduction? Or
I'm just saying he's mindlessly shooting at the buggy. So, unless he makes a luck save, I don't think he's gonna hit you. Um. Trying to determine. This is something we definitely have not encountered before. Yeah, I'll just make a luck save to see if he hits either of you, and if he does, I'll roll a die. Nope, he doesn't. He just hits the buggy. And he plinks it pretty good. This is not like a normal car though. So the buggy takes it. I think one of like your doors has like a ping against it, and like there's a long gash of like a bullet trail.
Bought it. It's already getting shot at.
Yeah, and as you pass these other two guys, they both pull out guns and fire as well. And also hit. Uh-oh. Yeah, that meets their luck save. Who is driver? You're going to be number 1.
That's probably me.
Okay, so Ray, you're a 1. Twitch, you're a 2. Okay. Driver is shot. Oh wow, what a great roll to roll a 1 on, for 3 damage. This two bullets kind of like strike through one of the windows, like the rear windows. It breaks like the window and like strikes you, and I don't know, like maybe it grazes your back or something.
I'm now at 3 of 6.
Yeah, and you peel off. There's several more gunshots, but they're too far away to get any sort of decent picture on you.
Ray, God, you're bleeding. Are you alright?
I'll live. The fuck are these guys after you for?
You're
Hell
putting
if I
pedal
know.
to the metal,
There's
right?
some kind of news story.
You want to give me? Wait, I think there's a chase section. Let me look. You guys continue role playing while I look this up.
What news story?
Akron linked something about that high-ranking ambassador guy. They raided my apartment. I've got nothing to do with it, I swear.
What kind of people do I get myself in with?
Probably hearing your cell phone just steadily ping as Akron just mindlessly keeps texting you.
Yeah.
I set the phone to mute.
if you're actually looking at the news, you see the aerial view change as like cops start to pour out of Twitch's like apartment and like jump into cars.
Shit, now it's gonna be chopper chase mode.
And like the aerial view is like they're reporting like gunfire in the near block. The police are going to investigate. When vehicles chase each other, the opposing vehicle's speed should be applied as a penalty to the vehicle's skill check to close or escape. Speed may also be used as a modifier when attempting difficult maneuvers.
If the police are involved, is there any chance that this is anything that we could have picked up back in the warehouse, out of curiosity?
I just told you.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was...
You're not seeing any sort of chase going on. You're just seeing vehicles pulling out of the scene and reports of gunfire in the area. Like, it just seems like the police were here investigating something, and a crime just happened to happen extremely nearby. So like this is a rare instance of like the press being on scene for something like this.
I'll be holler over to Marcus, tell him to leave some bullets in the car. Sounds like things are getting pretty ugly out there.
Ray, will you give me a skill roll for vehicles ground, adding +1 for your vehicle's speed and whatever modifiers you have? So
just a 0.
Do you have a dex?
I guess.
Yeah, dex. So that would be like 2. think this is going to determine how much of a lead you have. Not much.
In my rolls for today.
Right. Yeah. So in your rear view mirror, as you're like turning a corner, you see an unmarked.
As a side note, we got to roll 2d6. They got to roll 1d20.
Oh, was that what I rolled?
Yeah, you've been rolling d20. I thought it was just something special.
Been rolling. No, just for this last one.
There's a couple d20s above it. Well, those were attack rolls.
Those were luck rolls.
Yeah,
luck,
those were skill checks, and saves. Yeah, they're gaining on you, but not too much. You basically see a ground car. Wait, no, ground car is 0. Huh. No, actually, they are in the same. Like you see him pull around the same bend that you did, but like he's pretty far behind you and maintaining speed. But this is definitely somebody like in pursuit. It's like a black car, like a 6-seater.
Okay.
Shoot
You're
for
like-
his tires, Twitch.
You're like maybe 20 seconds ahead of them.
Here, take my SMG, or just. Or
I have one.
Oh, you have one. Get one.
I have his SMG.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to try to pop its tires.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know
You're
what's
rolling a
required for
burst. I'm
that.
assuming.
Yeah. Technical weapons is nothing. Dex +1, burst is +2, so +3 plus their armor.
Armor for a ground car is 6. If you're shooting at the tires, let's say the AC is actually 3 instead.
So +6.
Whatever your modifiers are.
It's +2 for burst, right?
Yeah.
0 combat projectile, +1 from Dex, means +3
Yep, so-
+3s.
Yep, 6.
25.
Nailed it. Nice.
Nice roll.
So so Ray, like Twitch leans back in the this is why you guys have like an open top Jeep. Like, do you stand up and like fire from the roof, or do you like fire out the back?
I would, lean over the back seat and fire out the back. There's no window,
Yeah.
right? It's all open.
Yeah, no window. And yeah, he lets off a burst. Roll damage just to see. Tire's not gonna.
What's the damage on SMG? I haven't looked it up.
SMG is, I believe, 1d8 plus 2 for burst.
Only 3 minimum damage.
Yeah, you blow out the tire though. It doesn't do a whole lot of scatter damage to the car. But yeah, you see it swerve, and they're already kind of on precarious ground since this is like a really wet area, and you see them kind of like get hung up in a particularly deep pool, and yeah, you pull ahead and lose them. Like I assume you're taking a. Are you guys like just taking turns and trying to go
Yeah,
that way, or you
taking-
just?
Turns trying to avoid
If
wherever
there's
they
a-
think we would
If there's
go.
a particular turn, I would like to use Omen on it. To help determine which curve might be better.
We can give you one of those. Would you guys stick to the surface streets or go to one of the skyways? Like if that's a choice, then that's certainly one of the things that you might use an omen for.
Well, the news has a chopper, so I would rather stick to a surface street myself. But
That's probably makes more sense to me.
Okay, yeah. So you can hold that omen in reserve then. Like there are no streets that are kind of sticking out.
Yeah, if I would be unexpectedly possibly die, I also have that ability too.
I guess I'm
Yeah.
just making my way eastward.
terminal reflection.
Yeah, that triggers if you are expected to be
If I'm likely
unexpectedly
to be
injured.
injured within the next minute.
Okay. You're gonna probably have to remind me of that every session, just because I cannot keep track of that. In terms of like, I'm reminding you that this is a thing during this session. You don't have to remind me during every like scene or anything. Just make sure you bring it up.
Man,
Yeah,
looks
so
like we lost him, Twitch.
yeah,
but
so
for
you
now,
you
but
definitely have lost him.
Jesus, what did you get yourself involved into?
I didn't do anything. It looks like the news. They think I might be involved in this, like that murder thing that's been going on. I don't know. It's probably registered in my apartment that I'm a psychic. That's probably the whole reason behind this. They're not too common.
You're definitely not registered as a psychic. That's not something that they register, like people for. Like that would be
You were in
medical
the room
records.
with a dead body a while ago.
That's not the kind of place a high-class guy would be.
I don't know.
So, on the news, Akron and Marcus, you see like police basically surrounding what appears to be some sort of postal shipping office where there's apparently been some sort of gunfight. And that's about as much as the news have.
Scream across the warehouse. Hey, Marcus, what shipping company were they going to again?
Didn't they say it was what's it? Exoris Multistellar?
Yeah, that's exactly what they said. Nice memory.
I'm probably going to attempt to call Twitch. If I can't get him, I'll try to call Ray.
Hello, you have reached Twitch.
You're on the line
anything?
with Twitch, Victor.
Oh, I thought I got his answering machine.
No.
The way you said that, I totally thought it was. Hold on one second. I'll ask Twitch, did you just have any sort of incident at the post office?
There may have been an incident. Yeah, just a bit. You know, you hear as we're like just gunning it down the road at high speed. Some wind noise, maybe.
Well, I wouldn't say I would be gunning at maximal speed at this point if there's no pursuit that I can
we're not
see.
exactly
but I'm not going slow either.
Vehicle. We seem to have lost the police chase. In an odd change, I don't think they were after me for the package, which is very strange. But yeah, it's a bit of a rough time right now.
I'm gonna say, hold on a second, and I'll do another swipe and put Marcus on conference call.
I think right about this, the door to the warehouse opens and Pharixis walks in carrying a bag of donuts.
Oh, did we get there? Is that where we are now?
No.
No, but they are. They're in the warehouse.
Okay, they are. Okay.
We're going down the road.
Pharixis! Good timing. I think that they're going to forget the Instaburgers.
He's got like a powdered donut like in his mouth.
At this point, Akron's probably going to be asking you what road you're on, if you need any map data.
I'm
How
not
far you are
going
away.
towards you at the moment. Comms are not private type thing.
So on the
You're playing
news,
into
like
the car already.
on the news is pretty much just this continued scene.
Well, our
You
comms
see,
are private. We have the comm server.
Are we within range of that?
It's like 30 kilometers or something.
Yeah.
yeah, you'd be in range of the comm server by now.
Right now, I'm driving eastward. Not going directly for the warehouse or anything.
I'm gonna look to Marcus and ask if you guys are going to stash the car somewhere, or if you're going to try to sneak it back here, what your plan is.
Plan? I don't have a plan at the moment.
Yeah, Ray doesn't sound too good over the comms.
Probably gonna be motioning Marcus excitedly over back to the vehicle, and I'll be motioning him to the driver's seat. 'Cause I'm gonna hop in back and get on my my data slab.
Are we
pop it
back
open.
at the warehouse right now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Marcus will come kind of moseying in from wherever he's been for the last little bit, like, oh, what's going on?
Yeah, I assume you've been offloading all of your ammo and stuff.
Yeah, like stashing shit.
Gonna patch you in and say, hop in, Marcus. You're driving. I'm gonna be in the back with my data slab popped out already.
Okay, where are we going?
Phrixus is just like holds a donut out like to see if anybody wants one. Like he looks like, where's everybody going? But he doesn't really say anything. Like he just got here and everybody leaves. He feels a little sad.
Akron's gonna grab one of the donuts and ask him to wait here. We're gonna need.
He
we'll
nods.
be back in a bit.
He nods. You can tell he's just gonna go sit down at a table and finish off that whole bag of Carthan.
Whole box.
Yeah. So yeah, you're in your buggy. You're in the back with your compad. What are you doing?
Ask what street Twitch is on, what street he's headed for. We're gonna try to see if we can get in his general vicinity.
Twitch is on East 337th. And I don't know where he's heading, but you know that can be where that's his current position.
Ray's driving.
I'm just looking for a spot to hole up for a little bit.
What direction are they headed? I'm gonna probably
Eastward.
East.
Assuming Marcus has this patch through to his headphones, I guess we're gonna be ready to. I'll be motioning for him to drive.
Yeah. Yeah, so are you guys trying to set up a place to meet?
I don't know the city enough to
No,
forecast where I'm gonna be.
Yeah, but is that your goal? Are you trying to set up some place to meet? I don't need you to name me 2 streets.
Yep, I'm trying
I
to
would
look
think
for some
our
place
goal
to
is
meet.
to eventually end up back at the warehouse. I don't know why they're coming out after us, because that buggy's not exactly inconspicuous. That little 2-seater. The Jeep's not
Guys,
much better, but...
just stay there. I'll try to get back to the warehouse. I'm just gonna take a circuitous route.
I'll say we'll
Can't
be on
use
standby
computers
then.
to find an off-the-beaten path route, or how do you use nav for
That
that?
would be navigation.
Yeah, that'd be navigation.
Boy.
I guess Ray could walk you through it while you do it, but...
I was gonna offer to pass through the traffic maps to at least help you in that way. I don't know if that would be computers or navigation.
It's still
this would still be nav. I mean, you can find your way back home if you're trying to find like a really
really funky circuitous route.
Yeah, that would be a nav roll. There wouldn't be a target for it. It would just be like how off the beaten path would be, how high your roll is.
Nice roll.
Yeah, so you're able to find like apparently there's some sort of ill-used or seldom used access path that goes underneath one of the skyways or something, and you're able to travel beneath that for a long way, and maybe like 45 minutes later you arrive at the warehouse. Do you guys like raise the loading screens and like just pull the buggies into the warehouse?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you go Batman on it and just disappear into the warehouse. The Phrixus cave, if you will.
God.
This cave.
Or the Twitch cave, either one.
I may be spending lots of time here from now on, so yeah.
Yeah, so you hear on the comms that they're close, and one of you goes and presses the button to raise it, and we just hear as the plated door opens, and this big Jeep kind of thunders up this concrete ramp and into the virtually completely empty loading area where presumably you guys will be storing your extra stuff from now on. You close it behind you, and you kill the engine, and it's kind of quiet in here. You hear the occasional tick of metal.
Which, give me the med kit out of the back.
Yes. certainly.
Yeah, Ray's bleeding. She's got like a
Just
long
let me
red
get it.
gash across her shoulder blades.
God. Guys, help me. Ray's bleeding.
Probably gonna be
Frixus has shown up and he's like looking panicked. Like what happened?
How you been watching the news?
He shakes his head.
Turns around, turns the news on.
I'll be
I
screaming, "What's
start
with the authorities?"
Patching myself up, or trying to.
I'll be asking if it was the authorities.
They're in
or
black
third party.
cars.
They
Um,
look like the police guys.
Twitch, roll a culture criminal.
Okay, with what additive?
Intelligence.
7.
That's enough. You're criminal enough to realize that nobody identified themselves as an officer of the peace and attempted to arrest you.
They didn't identify themselves as the police officers. It might have been Tenkai, maybe? That doesn't seem what the news is bringing up, though.
Rage is wondering if it's supposed to be just a simple pickup.
It was supposed to be a
Scratch
pickup.
my new car up, man. Why did I ever get on this planet?
They've been,
I think Frixus comes up and offers you a donut, Ray, like really silently. He just hands you a donut.
Ray eats the donut while trying to
Well,
patch yourself up.
Biostasis.
Well, you
was up
can't
on
you
my
can't
list of
patch
guests.
yourself up. It's
Well,
on
I
your
can
back.
stop the bleeding anyway.
I'm going to actually ask if Ray's going to need a quiet doctor.
It's not that bad. Like you won't need stitches. Maybe some like butterfly band-aids or something. That's probably about it. You just need to make sure it's not infected.
Amazing for half my hit points.
Well, you're not supposed to take like total physical damage until you get to the lower section of your hit points anyway.
Making a note to find some CD vet that will do off the books medical treatments.
A vet? Really?
I think I'd be better treating myself, man. I am ranked medical professional technically, but
I don't know what's going on. They don't seem to be police guys that were shooting us, but then there's got all this stuff. So the people they trashed my apartment the way it looks like on the news. I mean, my God.
You guys went to go pick up a package, and you come home with bullet holes in the Jeep.
I know, right? It should have been simple.
What did you do?
I look at Max.
Max looks up at you and just goes, "Oh."
You could say that I used to think it was just because I stole Max here, a robot, but recently I found some data. They may not be after just Max.
you bring it up on screen.
Yeah, sure. I don't know what to do about it, but I mean, you can see what it appears to be. I don't know what to do about that, but it's some crazy shit.
Out of
What does it
curiosity,
appear to be?
So-
A active work
So
gate?
yeah, a holographic recording apparently taken by Max, who is like apparently on the hull of a starship. It's a view of space, and there's a planet in the background, and there's the kind of the ring shape of a quantum gate that they're all over the place. They're all defunct. They've been defunct for hundreds of years, and like the camera kind of centers on it, and then there's like blue lightning that almost plays across the ring, and then all of a sudden, in like where before you could see the planet like behind it, you can still see the planet behind the ring, but in the center of the ring you just see empty space. And that's kind of the extent of the recording that Twitch was able to save on his compad before.
And active gates. Oh, and you stole this thing?
I didn't know it had the information on it
Ray's
when I
like
took
just
it.
face
My
palming like, why
father
did I
threw
get
it in my
this
face
group?
and said to run with it. That was like 6 years ago.
I'm going to ask if I can access Max's memory and make a copy of that recording.
I've already tried. It's super high tech and encrypted shit.
Marcus
I
is
didn't
gonna
want
kind
to
of
try
like
again to
stand
my.
there and scratch his head a little
I
bit.
know my skills aren't that high end of the thing. I don't want to risk destroying it till then.
He kind of scratch his head and then, well, did you at least get your package?
Yeah, I got it, but I'm questionably doubting whether I should have even brought it here now. If they're who I think they are, the thing probably has a tracking device in it for all I know. I haven't had a chance to open it yet.
Akron, how do you react to the words tracking device?
With my bug scanner. I was about to say that, actually.
Yeah.
Is there such a thing? Bug
I
scan?
bet-
He's used one
Oh.
before
I've
in
been
the
using
past.
one. It's in my security kit. I
Oh,
still have.
Okay. Go have at
So I'm even carrying on me, so. What should I roll for to use my bug scanner?
Post-tech.
At this point, we open the box and it has a bomb. With 10 seconds on the timer.
Well, I guess we're screwed then, huh?
Oh, I'm gonna use my tech reroll. God, I hope it's worth it. That's at least a little better.
Yeah. At first, you don't pick up anything. On your second pass, you find a faint signature. Like you're digging through this box. It's apparently robotics equipment. I assume you're like dumping it out onto a table or something, and Twitch is probably like cringing because it's like really expensive materials. Max has jumped up onto the table and is like looking at all this stuff. There seems to be like a signal coming from the box itself. On the inside, there is a small sticker, similar to something you've seen before. And it's kind of got like a circuitry print on it. It does have a notably weak signal, but it is transmitting.
Akron's not even gonna wait. He's going to holler at basically, I guess, Marcus, and say, if you want to tag along, go for it. And immediately is gonna take that sticker and make a break for his car.
Go stick it to like a city bus. That ought to do it.
Yeah, I gotta get it as far away from this warehouse where I stick it on something as possible. That's my current concern.
So Akron takes off with this thing, desperate look in his eyes. Marcus, are you going with him or are you staying?
Yeah, I'll go with.
All right, so you guys see the two of them pile into the back of Akron's gate, and before the gate is even like halfway open, they like slip out under this thing. I think there's like the barest hint of a spark as the roof faces the bottom of the gate, and they just slide out and they book it.
What are some of
Meanwhile,
the most intact streets right now? That's where I'll be headed with some
I've
traffic.
been
like downtown.
trying to tend to Ray, or at least help her tend to herself.
So you're trying to do that. Let's see about healing here. A character will heal naturally with time, provided they get adequate nourishment and sleep. Every day, a character regains hit points equal to his level when he first wakes up. If they spend the day doing nothing but resting, he gains additional hit points equal to his level, plus 2 more for every level of tech medical possessed by his attending physician.
Can't attend myself, can
I? I will let you, but I will cut the bonus in half. If you had 2 points,
Only got
instead of gaining 4, you would get 1 point. So you're only getting 1 point for it. So yeah, assuming you rest, you'll be back pretty soon. Like
Out of curiosity,
you would gain 2 points because of your level and 1 point because of your tech medical. So you only have to rest today.
The car I shot the wheels out of, that was an unmarked car, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was just a black ground car.
So, what is it with you and Tankai, did you say? The hell does Tankai make?
Robotics.
Oh. Great.
Do they make anything else, or are they just robotics? Or they just
Robotics.
high-tech shit in
Industrial, like all kinds of robotics. Like industrial robotics used in factories, like robotic probe ships, all sorts of robotics.
general? Robots big and small, then. Well, it's been a crazy day.
I just had a picture from iRobot go through my head.
Akron, what is your plan for this sticker?
What kinds of vehicles do I run into at the first like traffic lights that I see? The first few traffic lights I see.
There's a standard smattering of ground cars. There's some taxis. Above you, there is a basically kind of like a tramway almost. Like it's kind of their version of like a monorail, except it's hanging from the rail instead. And this only goes to places in the inner downtown city.
That's
There's like a
noticeable.
ramp that goes up there.
Do you see anything like a UPS truck equivalent? Anything like that? It might stop and make deliveries.
Give me a luck roll for that specific.
Sure. UPS truck, an ice cream truck.
No. No delivery trucks here.
Any taxis?
Yeah.
Okay, as soon as I'm gonna try to pull up next to a taxi. I'm gonna hand Akari the sticker and tell him to try to quietly stick it on the vehicle while we're sitting next to it in traffic.
Okay. Alright, so Marcus, Akron has just handed you this circuitry sticker thing and told you to do this.
Can I do like the lean out the side window and just like slap it on as we drive
Absolutely.
by or something?
Absolutely. Are you trying to do this in any specific manner, or are you just slapping it on?
Just anywhere.
Yeah, you do it. And like 5 seconds after you slap it on to like the wheelbase or something, like the I don't know. I don't know what constitutes parts on a ground car or a ground car. Probably similar to what we have
It
today.
probably has
But
some type of repulsor lift where the wheel would be.
well,
That's a grab car.
yeah. You just slap it onto the side, and 5 seconds later the light turns blue, and the cars take off, and this thing starts heading downtown.
And we will turn off the nearest street and head back to the warehouse.
Yeah.
See ya.
Mission successful.
while
This is
the
the second tracker you've stuck to a taxi cab in this city.
yeah,
Just
it
think
is.
of the looks that taxi cab driver's probably giving you in that buggy.
Roll a luck and see if it's the same
They're
guy.
automated, aren't they?
How does this keep happening to me?
You want to see if this is the same one, Victor?
Yes.
You look back
Okay.
and there's
roll
the other
roll
sticker.
roll a luck save. It is. I think Marcus, you slap this thing on there, and you go back into the car, and you realize that you slapped it right next to something suspiciously exactly like it.
Guy has the worst luck in the city.
That looks familiar.
Do taxis normally have stickers like that?
They'll probably shoot a glance at you and then
There was like a 1 in 10,000 chance it would be the same taxi.
Because that one totally had a sticker like that already.
And now is when the first people who were tracking it strike. No. So you guys go back to the warehouse. All right, so we'll get to our end of session here and wrap things up.
Before end of session, I make an anonymous donation of 200 credits to
Okay.
whatever
Yeah,
repair fund there is.
you're feeling guilty after going through those partially drowned neighborhoods. Yeah, mark off your credits. Yeah, I know we were planning on doing the zoo episode today, but man, a lot of time was spent in Bass Pro. I mean, in acute and intergalactic adventures.
Honestly, shopping for a car is just as fun as actually
as a
getting
side
it.
note, Ray, would you like 800 credits? Got my parts.
Yeah, you promised a reward of some sort, didn't you?
Yeah, there's a little bit of danger pay involved.
Hazard pay for picking up a package from UPS.
For picking up a package.
Things went a little south.
The next time Twitch asks anybody to do anything, they just like look at each other and like 30% markup. So is there anything else that you guys would like to do before we kind of cut the session?
Putting on my woven body armor.
Sorry, I'll put it on after I heal.
Vest.
But...
It's not a body armor.
Yeah, your body armor vest.
It's like slip it on, clip three
you guys
things.
get back, and there's still the price tags on them, and they're hanging over the seat backs at the dining table.
Stares daggers at it.
Yeah, it has a nice bit of armor right where you would have been shot.
Technically, they never shot us. They hit the car, and then got a luck save and hit us that way.
Yeah. You can actually ask, where exactly are the bullet holes in the car?
There's like a long scrape across the right passenger door that goes like 6 inches where the paint has come off. And I actually said that windows were breaking, but I forgot that this was not an enclosed Jeep, so no windows were shattered.
I mean, I thought about it as we drove away, but if I had flipped on the anti-rain force field, what would have happened?
No, you know that those things are they're barely enough to where they don't even really slow you from putting a hand through them. It's like a static field.
They were stock.
Do they make little bubble ripples whenever water hits them?
Yeah, it's kind of pulsed so water flows down the sides.
Would it stop an insect?
Yes.
Okay, there's that anyway.
Yeah, that's half of the reason why they have them is small insects.
Don't be running into any Goliath beetles now.
Yeah. If it was windshield, then it wouldn't work because you would have the velocity from the car. But yeah, that sort of thing works. And you have a hole in the back right corner, just barely missing the taillight where Ray shot the car. So yeah, there's a small almost evident bullet mark, and then the other one in the right side is just kind of like a ubiquitous gash that's kind of hard to tell what made it.
Note to self: buy a very tacky bumper sticker to put over that bullet hole.
I eat Instaburger. I love Instaburgers.
How do we go about fixing bullet holes? Do we need an Insta panel for that, or that's
you have your toolkit, so you can you can roll a repair roll, and
Pus Tech, right?
Yeah, and I think Marcus would probably be the one to do that since he's got the toolkit.
And we all have that as a skill.
Yeah,
so.
But
more as a role-playing thing.
Flavor-wise, Marcus
is the kind of the mechanic-y person.
Yeah, Marcus grew up on a space station where that sort of thing was probably something he learned. Whereas Twitch has more kind of finite robotics and breaking into doors. And Akron's just kind of a weird smattering of electronics. So Is there anything you guys want to do? Do you want to try to patch up the panels on there?
You gotta hear Ray free time. Auntie always says, find a nice clinic somewhere and just ...
Marcus, are you trying to patch up those bullet wounds on the car?
Yeah, I'll get to that at some point here. Yeah.
Yeah,
give me go ahead and make a check for it. Sure.
Yeah, we'll just get out of the way so we don't forget it. Do a post tech roll, plus
there was something in the book about this.
Whatever bonuses you have. Disguises? I didn't read that. There might be
some type of applique, but I think it required something.
There's
probably.
I mean, I don't get a bonus or anything, but Skill is just 0.
How about
Does the
Dex?
toolkit give you a bonus?
Toolkit lets you do it permanently. So you can. This is definitely a dexterous task. So you can have like a +1.
Okay.
I'm probably going to drop a note to Background, that dwarven
That's
hacker.
acceptable. Yeah, Backron.
I might drop a note. Probably won't get a response on the session, but just going to ask him if he's heard any noise from the Tank Eye Corporation in town lately.
This would be rolling a contact, I think, wouldn't it? Isn't there something like that?
I actually don't know.
We have yet to do this. Let me look.
No, you can use dermofilm to change the way you look, but it requires profession actor.
Oh, film. That's interesting material.
It's made for like temporary tattoos and stuff.
Culture criminal. Yeah. So let's have you roll a culture criminal roll if you're contacting Bakran.
Okay, would that be charisma or int or?
Probably charisma.
Okay, +1 either way, so that should be fine. Okay, let me roll it here. Aww.
You talk to him, and like maybe not verbally. He's not openly enthusiastic to hear from you. Like it seems like maybe he's busy, but he's not like nothing hostile. And it seems like he hasn't heard anything, but he'll keep his ears to the ground, for you. You get the feeling that maybe he might expect something from you later if he gets something successful from this, but yeah, he'll keep his ears to the ground.
That sounds fair, and I'll definitely give the suggestion that I would be willing to do him a favor if he could find any information. So I think that's about it for me.
Anybody else?
Well, we know what happened to my known contact.
Oh, you want to try to figure that out?
Well, he got arrested, so I'm gonna assume that he's probably in custody at least for some period of time now.
Are you are you trying to like do some sort of search to see if he was actually arrested, or like are you trying to do a search to contact somebody that he knows to see like what happened?
I don't know how I would go about like they don't. I'm assuming
Culture...
they don't have like a.
This would be another culture criminal role. He like there's no way they arrested his entire organization, and even if they did, like people that he knows as well, like maybe not a business partner, but just like somebody else who knows him and who you kind of know, maybe casually, who knows. If you want to contact one of them discreetly and ask like, hey, do you know what happened with Rhoda? That's something you could certainly do if that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, give me a culture criminal roll.
8.
Okay. Yeah, you actually get in touch with Durek, the black guy who you saw also getting arrested, like his second in command. Apparently charges against him or whatever didn't stick, and like maybe not directly, but like through a friend of a friend or something. I'm assuming you're not like putting your name out there, like, hey, this is Twitch. Like I need to talk to this person. Like, hey, it's more just like, are you trying to be anonymous about this?
Yeah, if possible.
Yeah. With your culture criminal role, you can do that. He eventually gets back to you, and he's like kind of distressed, obviously, and the basics that you get are like he's surprised to hear from you, and that they're apparently looking for you, but by the name that was you're registered for your apartment under. So they don't call you Twitch or anything. They're looking for Maxwell Gaines, and like when they initially came into to Rhoda's and they were asking about Maxwell Gaines, like Rhoda didn't even know who they were talking about. And basically they like arrested him to put pressure on him to give up what information he had. And all that Durek knows is that like the police are looking for you for something having to do with like suspicion of murder, and that they had some sort of evidence, and that's pretty much all that he knows himself. Rhoda's still kind of in interrogation. They're really putting the heat on him apparently.
Oh god, that's all I can hear from it. It's like, that's all I know of the boy, I swear! I'm hired him for audition!
Yeah, and like it seems like a lot of the fervor from this is coming from the fact that this, like, they weren't looking for this serial killer before, but apparently whenever it was linked to this potentially murdered diplomat, like now there's a ton of pressure on the security forces to find out who did it, and somehow it led them back to you. And nothing was really mentioned about you being psychic, like, by Durek. If you ask about that, like, he'll be surprised. I don't know if you ask about that or not. Because I don't think him or Rhoda even knew that you were psychic.
I do not.
Yeah, okay, so that doesn't come up. And that's what you get unless you're asking for anything specific.
I tell them, if I can, tell them to keep me informed.
And Uncle always said that
give me
being the nice guy always gets you shot. Yeah.
Let's see here.
Like it was true.
Yeah, he seems like he'll do it, but he's kind of afraid for his job security at the moment. You get the feeling that maybe greasing the wheels might help.
Okay. I will offer him 300 credits to keep me informed of the situation.
Yeah. He if you transfer that, he's like, yeah, we'll do. You didn't seem the type to do what they said you did. I'll let you know if I find out anything. And yeah, that's what happens.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they want to do?
Akron, you get a message back on your compad. Basically, kind of like the Centron City Zoological Society replying to your interest and asking if you would like to come by tomorrow to discuss the details of the contract.
At least one silver lining in this cloud today. I will forward that message along to everybody and reply that we will be there.
Okay. Well, unless there's anything else, we will do our end of session stuff.
Sounds good?
Yep, sounds fine to me.
Let's see here. Starting with Akron. Did you make any sort of roles in the belief of unrestricted technology?
Not sure if arming Max or working on my integrated AR counts. Probably not in this case.
No. But yeah, you did integrate Sarah, the Argus Web, and the AR glasses, so you can mark that down.
Oh, nice. I will add it to my total.
Actually, before we mark that, give me a computers roll. You have the software now. We're gonna see how well you utilize that.
Okay. Crossing my fingers. Oh! Do I have my reroll or am I out of reroll right now? I don't know what time this is.
It's every in-game hour, so yeah, you have your reroll.
Holding my breath. Oh, that's
Okay.
awful.
It's acceptable. It's functioning. You get some sort of it's not the most advanced thing. Like maybe you can tweak it over time, but yeah, like you integrate the this program that you acquired, and you managed to modify it enough that Sarah should supposedly be able to access it to identify various kinds of threats.
I'll be working adamantly at providing it more information to improve it later, but I will take this goal off at the moment.
All right, so
Thank you
yeah,
very much.
so you bumped up 400, correct?
That's correct. I'm now at I
Oh,
think it was 4. Yeah, it was 400. Yep.
Sorry for bugging in, but is there a check associated with installing the factory direct parts for Max?
Yes, we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
You weren't you 50 XP shy of level 3 last time?
I was actually trying to find out what the XP was looking like.
You were at 2950, weren't you?
Yes,
How
I
did that
was.
get changed to 3?
Hold on a second.
3 was your goal. You were at 2950. I remembered you were 50 away from level 3. And level 3 is 3000.
I have no idea. 2600 when I got on, I think. I just hit undo a bunch of times. And...
Did you Alt Z a bunch of stuff, maybe? Or just
Was I
never had it?
2950?
Yeah, I
You were at 50 from next level.
Yeah, that was something I
weird.
remember. Somehow that got so you were at 3,350.
Oh wow, yeah, that's considerably different than I thought I was at.
What were you questioning about the level? Like your level caps are all there on the screen. If you go to that little box where where it's highlighted right now.
Oh, there it is. I don't know
Yep.
why I was glancing over it. Thanks, man.
Yep. So you are officially level 3. You gain 3 skill points, which I will put down in your skill box for your perusal. We can let you roll your hit points now. Well, God, let's see if Akron becomes more of the Hulk. You're going to be rolling 3d6 plus 1.
My luck lately.
Oh, you met. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, you stay the same.
It could be worse.
You rolled
yeah,
really well last time, so.
It could be worse. Yeah, you did roll really well.
Could
It
be
had
worse.
it had to even out. Is there anything else with yours? I don't think so. Make sure you wrote down all your new purchases wherever you want to store them.
Would I need to do anything special to raise culture criminal to 0? And if I did, how many points
No.
would that be?
No, absolutely not. You've been behaving like a criminal. To get to 0 from a class skill, it just costs 1. So you'll go down to 2 points, and you have 2 to spend at your leisure.
It costs 2 to go from 0 to 1, right?
Per class skill, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm gonna raise my pause tech to 1 then, and
Yeah, that makes sense.
tends to come up a lot for me.
Okay, Marcus. Let's see. Did you follow Life is Too Short to follow all the rules? Besides, that would be boring.
Not particularly, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so either. How about your goals?
I know I marked off 2 of my goals last session
Yeah.
for things that have actually sort of happened this session. So.
Yeah. It looks like the stuff that you currently have marked down is stuff that you'll be able to do at your leisure, like as you just bring it up.
Hang on a second, guys. I'll be back. I'm gonna go let Hazen know we'll be up in a minute.
User left your channel.
So yeah, it looks like you're 850 away from level 3. Not too bad. Ray, remain loyal to your friends, for without others, life is meaningless. What do you think about that belief?
Stuck with Twitch.
Did you you have to make any rolls for that? I think so. You got into kind of
there was combat rolls and stuff.
Yeah. Mark down 200 for that. Help a family injured by the tsunami.
I tried to throw that one in real quick at the end.
Yeah, that was basically the XP was based off of how much you're, expected to kind of spend. How much were you throwing?
I threw 200. How much do I need to throw to get to?
I would think 250. To match the XP
User
there.
joined your channel.
Okay.
So
200 would still be next enough to get to level 3.
Yeah. You can mark that one down. I think the other ones are certainly coming up soon. Did you hit level 3? Nice. So yeah, you've got 3 skill points. What do you know what you're considering putting them in yet?
Probably gonna be vehicle land to 1 and actually changing mine. Probably navigation to 1.
Okay.
Something.
That is one that will. I think navigation 1 is the one that gives you space navigation. Is that correct? Nav.
Rank 1 or higher is required for space navigation.
That one you will actually have to take some sort of class for to get level 1. If you are interested in doing that.
And the other one I'll probably just bank for now. So I can
Okay. Alright, so I will write down that you owe me a class and
I may or may not have the credits to take that class, that's why I might not do that yet.
I think you have enough. It'll probably leave you low. I'm checking. Character advancement. A class skill raising to level 1 costs 2 points and 1,000 credits.
Yeah, I'm not doing that yet then.
Okay, so you can just bank them. Do you want to roll your hit points?
Yeah, let's hope I don't roll like 3.
Yeah, 3d6 flat. Everybody cross your fingers. Nice, 14.
Yay!
Wow, you
nice
more
roll,
than
man.
you more than doubled your HP.
Thank God.
And you can
I go to
ahead
11 of 14.
You can go ahead and max it.
I'll be killed tomorrow anyway.
We're gonna be picking up in the morning, and you would have been healed. Yeah, nice roll there. Last up, Twitch. Everybody deserves a second chance. Don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't kill a variety of people, but I don't think there's, other than shooting the tires out on the car instead of the driver, I didn't actually.
I would argue that he. Well, I guess never mind. He did. I know he was trying to give money
quite a
to
bit of
Phrixus.
disarms, but those don't involve any rolls other than the saves.
That's a good point, Victor.
Specifically to get out of his debt with a loan shark. So I don't know.
Was
that might.
Was that what you were really going for when you gave Phrixus his money, like, continuing his like second chance, like trying to? That sounds to me fairly plausible.
Yeah, but there was no roll associated with that though.
Yeah, that's true. No roll was made. Sometimes I disagree with that little mechanic that a roll has to be made, but other times it would be like a little bit too easy to accomplish.
Did he actually end up giving the money? I can't remember.
He gave him the money.
I think
that
there was
made
a sacrifice there. Then I don't know.
that's
the
true,
only
but
roll
we
I
don't
made
want to make
today
it a
was,
pay to get XP sort of thing.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I hardly made any rolls today. All the rolls I made were basically in combat.
Yeah. I don't think you really did that one. I mean, like you certainly acted in that sort of way, but it was more tangentially. Like you were giving him money, but it wasn't like you were directly giving him a second chance. And he specifically stated that he didn't like initially want it. But on the plus hand, it might not be something you mark down in your character sheet. Phyrexius was already very loyal to you. I will just tell you, like NPCs that are important that kind of are in the campaign, I have goals for them that they can't accomplish themselves. It all has to be stuff that you kind of do to affect them. One of Phyrexius is protect Twitch from mortal danger. So like he will try to act to fulfill that goal when he can. So don't feel like that money is wasted.
At the very least, you have discover more of Phyrexius' past on your
Yeah.
goals. So
Yeah, moving to that, you definitely discovered more of Phyrexius' past, so mark down 150 for that. You get 250 for getting parts for Max. And you took successful action to evade Tankai Corporation, so you gain an additional 550.
Yeah, it's gonna make me at 3950 is what it's gonna do.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's why I looked at the amount for if I don't get the thing, it's gonna put me at exactly on the limit.
Yep. That's called pulling an Akron from now on.
Nice combo, man. You certainly racked in the
Yeah.
racked in the goals.
So you get to make in 3 new goals for next session. I think that's the first goal wipe that we've had.
I tried.
Well, 2 of them have been on the book since the first session.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But you finally got them out of the way.
That's why I was really disappointed where all that trouble was only 250 because it was like, oh, that's like okay, I'm not gonna get.
Well, the trouble wasn't
I looked
250.
at the start of the session. I saw. I'm like, okay, I'm probably gonna get all 3 of these, and then and then nothing came up for the second chance, and it was like, oh well, 3950 for me.
Yeah. So like the trouble wasn't part of getting parts for Max. It might have been caused by it, but it was more related to the one that was worth 550.
That's true.
Yep, that was a definite nice advantage.
All right,
550 was
guys.
able to beat.
I definitely think that was a good session, but I want to kind of hear back from you guys. Yeah, I know people might have been disappointed that we didn't get to the zoo, but
No, I wasn't. I enjoyed searching for cars and stuff, and all the shopping and various things that happened at the end was cool. I definitely thought it was a great session.
Any comments, concerns, questions?
Oh, my concerns are more in character than out of character, but yeah.
You should have a lot of concerns.
Yeah, you think? Just maybe.
I will say
need
that
the
was
stats
not
for this rifle. At some
yes,
point, but
I can give you that now.
I'm gonna pop up, guys, and start getting everything set up with the server and Fred and Nathan, and I will catch you guys soon. Thanks again for hosting, Star, and I look forward to the next session. As soon as you guys are ready, pop on up too, and I'll get you on in. Alright, guys, good play with everybody.
The submachine gun I have, it's just a standard submachine gun, nothing special?
Yeah,
User left your channel.
standard submachine gun.
On a related note to weapons, I have several now. If you guys want some, let me know.
Walks in, buys half the store.
ZXR, let's see here. You can call it like a ZXR dart rifle.
I have it as just ZXR limited 52C. But...
Yeah, you can say that if you want. It's 80-200 for the range. Mag size is 4. Attribute is Dex, of course. With your scope, you get +1. Provided
It's at far.
Yeah, provided it's at far range. When you've got that hooked up, you can kind of I don't know if Victor did the same thing he did to his AR glasses that he did with your to his pistol or not. I'm assuming it's probably possible. If there might be a chance that you could like fire around a corner with that or something. I'm gonna have to give that a little bit more thought. The damage for a normal dart rifle is 2d6 modified. Like the modifier is based on what dart you have. But for you, since you have a slightly bigger one, it's actually 2d7.
Interesting
Because we can
number.
do that in this game.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Normally
we
it
get
would
to
have
make up
be
our.
like, yeah. Normally it would have to be like 2d8 or -1 or something. But since we're literally
Well,
in
let
this
me
kind
see
of
here.
game,
No, technically they make a 1d7 physical dice.
do they?
in the interest of actually,
Well, normal mag rifles are 2d8, so you don't want to make it 2d8.
Yeah.
no,
2d6 +1.
no, we'll do 3d4. You get a slightly higher minimum.
That seems fair.
Yeah, so like you basically get like a guaranteed minimum of 3.
So it's like a shotgun with more range.
Yeah, almost. And the thing to note is standard tranquilizer darts deal non-lethal damage that take effect over 1d4 rounds, and it's damage rolled divided by rounds, basically. Like whatever damage you roll.
And you said something about the damage differing depending on what round I was using?
If you
Does
bought
that work?
if you bought like steel tipped darts, basically bullets, I might not have like they're not gonna do the 1d4 round sort of thing. It's just gonna be like a 3d4 damage.
So it's like either 3d4 non-lethal or 3d4 damage, or is it differ by type of tranq round? It's weird.
No, not like that. It's either non-lethal or lethal, and you don't have the lethal ones yet. But like, let's say you rolled your 3d4 and got like an 8. You would divide that by whatever roll you got on your 1d4 for how long it takes to affect. So let's say you roll like a 2. So you would do.
So if
4...
I roll 3d4 and get 8, and then I roll a 2, it's
you would do
4 rounds for it to take effect.
No, you get 1, and you roll a 1d4 and you get a 2 on that. It's damage rolled divided by rounds, so you do 4 damage per round for 2 rounds. So like you want less like a smaller number.
So if I roll